person. I'm only like 30 something. But like, there's things, I don't know. You know what? I don't know, life. Just, yeah. Start to stream out on like, it's like headphones, whatever. I try to not get headphones, like at a store. Cause like whenever I get headphones, there's always like some terrible, it's like shit, I did not want to deal with that. That goes on, whatever. It's like last time, whatever, I got headphones, like Best Buy, I guess. I went to Best Buy, just gonna get some headphones. I don't know. You know, like when someone jokes about like dying, and you know they're not really joking, and someone says, "Oh, so and so died," and it's the exact way that they joked about, and it's like boom, it's like oh fuck, and then you feel guilty about it. Yeah, it's like last time I got headphones, whatever. I want to avoid that from happening again. It's always like whenever I get new headphones, I run into someone I haven't seen in a while. And when people have news, it's always like the worst news. So it's like you haven't seen them in a while, and then they're gonna drop some news like, oh, and it's like, oh my god. So I don't know. Like Ashley, whatever. I might as well say some names, whatever. Like this kid named Kevin. He talk about like he like walk across the street at night in a black hoodie because he like hated his life. He was an absolute dick. Also, so like every now and then, I'd like get him in trouble because he's a dick. I never got caught. He got like days off of school here and there because like he get in trouble for something he didn't do. So, and then I feel a little bit guilty because I'm like, well, I was a dick to this kid, and then he gets himself killed. It's like I don't want to deal with this. So like I got headphones, whatever, on the internet, so I didn't have to like risk running into someone I know and getting some like terrible news. So like before you make someone's life difficult, they probably are having like a difficult life. And if you go to your way to like make sure their life's more difficult, I don't know, whatever. Yeah. People need to just stop dying. Don't intentionally walk across the road at night just to see what will happen. Because you know what will happen at some point. It's why you're walking across the road in a black hoodie at night. And then everybody that knows that you said that, it's like, then you make everyone else feel like shit. Because, like, you told everyone exactly what was going on, and then one day, you die. It's like, get your fucking shit together. Because, like, for fuck's sake. So like these headphones, I didn't have to go out in public. I didn't have to risk running into anyone or getting some terrible news. But then like, I don't know. These headphones are amazing. And like the whole like suicide prevention thing. Just fucking people need to stop with that fucking shit. What a fucking joke. Like you're gonna call some hotline to prevent yourself from killing yourself? The fuck is that shit? That's not how the world works. And nobody's gonna report someone because they say something dark. Like, oh, I walk across the road at night. Freaking 8 Mile. Hoping I don't get hit. But if I get hit, I get hit. And then one day they get hit. Like, yeah, nobody really gives a single fuck about anyone else. And by the time they do, it's too late. So like, people need to just get their shit together. Like, for fuck's sake. It's like these headphones. Really good headphones. They're only like $42. You don't gotta risk just like things you don't want to deal with. They're only 36 now? They must have new ones coming out. It's like, I don't know. These headphones, amazing. I'm like tired of like dealing with shit. Just like, I'm only 30. I don't need to hear this. I'm tired of people killing themselves. It's fucking ridiculous. And this happened like last time I had to get headphones. That was a while ago. So I don't know, whatever. I have a feeling I'm a like. I haven't heard bad news in like a year. So like, I don't want to hear bad news either. So it's gonna happen eventually. So I avoided it this time. Got headphones and internet. I'm only 30. I don't want to deal with like, yeah. Anyways, just like shitty people are shitty, like Bill Gates. And I don't understand how people can be so shitty. And Bill Gates, he's not a young person. He's an old fucking man. And he's a shitty old man. Like, he had an affair on his wife with fucking like Jeffrey Epstein, paid for and shit. So like, I don't understand how there can be like humans, just like people who are like so terrible. It literally makes no sense how people can be so horrible. It's like Bill Gates. he didn't even have an operating system. He didn't go through the effort of like even making an operating system. So like art or like anything in general that you make on the computer, of course he isn't gonna give any fucks about any of it. He gives zero fucks. Bill Gates. What the hell is this? Like Bill Gates, he didn't design his operating system. He just took it. Just like you can do with anything created on a Windows device. And just take it. Like, I don't understand. Are they psychopaths? They're not, though. They're just really shitty people. Like Sam Altman. Just terrible fucking people. And then, like, they know that they're just promoting terrible things. And they know that it's going to make everyone's life more difficult. And they know all this. And they do it anyways. And Sam Altman, Bill Gates, they're older than me. And they've been through shit. And they're still shitty people. Like, the fuck is wrong with people like that? So, like, why did Bill Gates need to find an operating system to start Windows, like the company Windows?
Why did Bill Gates need to find an operating system to start Windows?
And that popped up a second ago, where they're like, oh, just so you know, AI is gonna collect your data. Man, shitty people, just complete fucking, like, when I put OpenAI, when I put Microsoft, when I like destroy Google via competition, I'm not gonna feel anything. These companies are terrible. These people are even worse. You people are fucking terrible. Terrible people.
Why did Bill Gates need to find an operating system to start Windows?
Okay, so why?
Bill Gates, through his company Microsoft, needed an operating system to start Windows because the personal computer PC market was rapidly growing in the early 1980s, and there was a clear gap in the software available for these computers.
Okay, so,
He needed an operating system to start Windows because the personal computer.
So he needed an operating system. Okay, so where did he get that operating system?
And Gary Kildall made PCM. That was the OS Bill Gates used. Not exactly. Gary Kildall was an important figure in the early personal computer software world, but the operating system Bill Gates used for Microsoft's entry into the personal computer market wasn't Kildall's CPM, control program for microcomputers. Let's break it down to clarify.
So like Gary Kildall, like a school teacher, whatever, and he made a CPM. So I guess you could call him an artist, whatever.
Gary Kildall was an American computer scientist and entrepreneur, best known for creating the CPM operating system and founding Digital Research, Incorporated. He played a significant role in the personal computer revolution during the 1970s and 1980s.
It's like he's a teacher, whatever. So like the mentality of a teacher is like you teach people with like hopes that they learn. I don't know. Kind of like how like teachers buy supplies for the students. Because they hope for the best in everyone. And all that stuff, whatever. So like this is like Gary Kildall's memoir. So like that means he's dead. So he died, whatever. And then he talks about in here about Bill Gates. If I look up the word wallet in this PDF of a dead man, it's like people die, but it's never the right people. Or at least it seems that way. Like everyone's dying, but these terrible, shitty people paying for Russian hookers from Epstein like Bill Gates. They're living nice, living great lives, being shitty people, not giving any fucks. Like it's not fair. I don't know, whatever. So if I look up wallet in here, whatever. Shows up once. Shows up right here. So like if I text to speech, there's whatever.
We talked of merging our companies in the Pacific Grove area and we both took that into consideration. Our conversations were friendly, but, for some reason, I have always felt uneasy around Bill. I always kept one hand on my wallet and the other on my program listings. It was no different that day.
It's like Bill Gates, he's a fucking thief. And Bill Gates talks several times about software. And how like you can leverage paying like fees, like monthly fees, or like you can leverage it so you like you use their product, you get them to sue you, and you settle it. Except in the end, you end up with like the product that they had, whatever, at a cheaper price than if like you would have just paid monthly or whatever for that product. And Bill Gates is an absolute piece of shit and a thief, just like Sam Altman. It's like Bill Gates didn't have an operating system, so he stole it. He stole the CPM. They hire some guy as like a middleman He just like rips off CPM, makes like a clone of it, and then they start Windows, and they're like, look, it's an operating system. And yeah, it's not fair. And then things kind of like when people die, that's where things die. And it'd be great if like certain people were still alive and not dead, because when they're not alive, things kind of like stop, they stagnate, they just get worse and worse and worse. And you have like people that like take advantage of how shitty things are, like Sam Altman. And he's like, let's just collect everything on the internet. We'll make like a big database. We'll call it AI. And we'll pretend that it's like AI. And we'll take a bunch of like copyrighted material. Even stuff that's not copyright, we'll put it in as training data. And we'll sell it back to people. And we'll pretend it's like intelligent. Because nobody is dumb enough to do that. Not even Google. Let's finish up with this.
Google did not do what Sam Altman did because why Google could easily have made a large database of public info, then had it query and return responses to users to answer questions.
Alright, so not Google. Chatbot says.
You're right that Google could have, in theory, created a large database of public information and used it to answer user queries. But there are a few important reasons why Google did not develop a language model like OpenAI's ChatGPT or a conversational AI system in the same way Sam Altman with OpenAI did. Here's why. Five. Differences in data usage and privacy concerns. Google has access to enormous amounts of data through Google Search, YouTube, Gmail, Android, etc. However, Google is extremely cautious about how it uses this data, especially when it comes to generating content. Users may not trust a service like Google to generate personalized content using their private data unless there's full transparency and control over how data is used.
And then OpenAI does this.
OpenAI, on the other hand, trained its models on publicly available data like books, websites, etc., which are general and not specific to any individual user's private information, at least in the way Google does. This approach gave OpenAI the ability to focus on language generation without needing the deep integration with user data that Google already had. Which are general and not specific to any individual user's private information, at least in the way Google does.
So, since they like stripped websites, data mined, And they did it from like what's publicly available or what they can find. That's general and not specific to any individual, right?
Which are general and not specific to any individual user's private information, at least in the way Google does.
Alright, so like this.
This, which are general and not specific to any individual user's private information, at least in the way Google does. So Sam Altman, his team that made AI, they did not take artwork or creative material to feed into the AI training data. At all 0% out of the terabytes of info used to make the training data. How is that not specific to any individual user's private information if AI is using data from other artists to make output, and AI does not give credit to artists or pay them? How exactly is that not taking advantage of the artist in general?
And it says like, oh, it's a great ethical debate. No, it's not a debate unless you call it a debate. And then it's a debate. Ethically, you can't do that. You can. But it's not ethical. There's no debate about any of that. That's not ethical.
Great question, and this taps into one of the biggest ethical debates around the use of large language models, LLMs, and generative AI. You're absolutely right to highlight the concerns about data sourcing, credit, and compensation, especially when it comes to creative works like art, music, and writing.
And so like the core of it breaks down to like what they do is they strip away the artist from the data. So there's zero direct credit. And they say, well, since they've done that, it can't be proven where it came from. Therefore, it's perfectly fine. Even though you can ask Chatbot to sing the SpongeBob song, and it knows it fucking word by word. And they say, oh, well, it's just pattern matching. It's like, no. You think we're fucking dumb? Like life is difficult already. And with these, like, fucking morons running around. Like, you guys are gonna get fucked so hard. Just so hard. And it's gonna be great. You guys are so fucked. Competition-wise. Because you guys don't know shit. You know nothing at all. They had to literally steal art from artists to make AI. These people are not artists. Sam Altman is a thief. He's a fucking narcissist. And in the end, he's gonna be the victim. Because he didn't know better. He didn't know it was stealing. He knew it was a gray idea. It was a gray area. But he thought, well, you know what? Is it really hurting anyone? You know, life hurts already. Everyone's already dealing with shit. And to, like, do this, it makes no one's life any better. The people who want to live. So y'all can get fucked. It's fucking ridiculous.
Common no direct credit, since models like GPT-4 and all are not specifically designed to attribute credit to particular creators in their responses. That is, they don't cite the creators of artworks or writing they were trained on. This is a significant issue for artists, musicians, and writers. If an AI generates something based on patterns it learned from copyrighted works, there is a legitimate concern that the artists who created those works are not being recognized or compensated.
So, like, the winners, they get to write history. So AI, Sam Altman, Bill Gates, they all think they won. They didn't, though. It's not over yet. You guys did not win. And just like right here.
That is, they don't cite the creators of artworks or writing they were trained on.
You guys are gonna be forgotten. Straight up. Just like you do to artists, it's gonna happen to you. Because you didn't do anything. You literally did nothing. All you did was fuck people over. In history, repeats itself. And what goes around, comes around. And I don't know, that's life, I guess. It's the never-ending cycle. And there's no reason to really make anyone's life more difficult in the long run, even though you want to. Because it really doesn't help anyone. And really, Microsoft, OpenAI, they'll end up out of business anyways. Except, like, giving them that little push to make sure they go out of business with competition. I don't know. There's a point somewhere in it. Because if you do nothing, you're not doing anything. But if you do something, I don't know, whatever, everything's stupid.
That is, they don't cite the creators of artworks or writing they were trained on.
Of course they don't. Because if they cited the people who stole everything from whatever, that'd make them guilty of what they took. So of course they're not gonna do that. So I don't know. OpenAI, Windows, the operating system, it's supposed to be a tool. And what you do with that tool, that's what you do with that tool. So if you want to, like, steal things or whatever, then you use an operating system or you do whatever. Use a tool, do it. And all this stuff, modern fucking software and stuff, it's all stolen. So I don't know. I want to get my shit done to make like new tools that aren't like designed off like stolen people's shit. It's just not cool. So I need to like get this shader program done with the graphics, whatever. It's not even a game engine. It's more like a multimedia engine. But like, I get this stuff done so I can get back to JavaScript. Where I'm gonna like go through like page 1 to 800 something. This is like 2024 standard. I don't know, whatever. It's not gonna meet the entire standard to show like it's possible to meet a standard. Because like JavaScript, there is no existing engine that meets the standard 100%. None. It's all like set a standard by me a standard. And now it's getting complicated. Because I have like a whole bunch of stuff and I gotta like make it work. So I gotta figure out and make it work. And I'm on a 17-year-old computer. Because anything that I can make work on this computer is gonna work on any computer. Because if I'm gonna like invest time making software, not stealing it, I want to make sure it works on all software I can, within reason. Because like, I really need to write an operating system if I'm like support more than just like 64-bit. But the amount of work to do that, I gotta get started somewhere. And since I'm not retarded, surprisingly, because the world's full of retarded people that don't even have disability. They're just, I don't know what to call them. Like, what's wrong with you people? Like, it's like fucking just get your shit together. Like, yeah. So like this is like 17 years old. Where's 2009? So featuring 4 cores, 8 threads, blah blah blah. 8 megabyte smart cache, 3.46 gigahertz, blah 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 blah. So whatever runs on this computer from this i7 from 2009. So 2026 minus 2009. 17 years. Alright, so like, whatever runs on this 17-year-old computer is gonna run on, well, technically maybe, if it's like an i3, well, that's circumstantial. So like, I guess any i7, I guess. That's 16 years old, 15 years old, 13 years old, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Or the most modern CPU. Whatever I write for this computer is going to run on any CPU. Because I'm not retarded. I'm also not a thief, like Sam Altman. And like... or Bill Gates, whatever. So I want to make sure this shit runs on like any fucking whatever 64-bit CPU. And I'm like, it's getting complicated. And it's annoying. It's not fair. Be so much easier to just like, but no one like made this shit yet, so I gotta make it. But like Bill Gates, he needed an operating system, so he just like found a guy that makes operating systems, and they like fucked him over. And Bill Gates needs Russian hookers. He'd buy them from Epstein, and then Epstein ends up dead. Just like shitty people are shitty. I gotta get something done. I can't keep stalling. Alright. I guess I'm done stalling. I ran out of things to rant about. Alright, so I have like a time scheduler. And then I have a media loop or whatever. Not really like a game object loop. And I need to like merge these together. So like this. This block here, but really just a loop part. And then I got the time scheduler. And it's just as complicated as hell. And it's just not fair. So I actually gotta I gotta figure this shit out. Unlike fucking Sam Altman or Bill Gates. Because they just stole their shit. It's just not fair. Fucking cheaters. Like, the only reason they can cheat and get away with it is because of, like, the environment. So, like, and the only reason, like, people do bad things to themselves is because of the environment. So like, the environment needs to change, and if it doesn't, then nothing changes. So like, everything happens again. Like fashion, just everything. It happens again. But if some things are like fixed, or whatever, the environment changes. You can change a whole bunch of other shit. So I have these two loops. And they both do like different things. I gotta put them together somehow. So like the game objects, they're gonna be a device input, like keyboard, mouse. Also input output. So like microphone in, speaker out. Audio, like MIDI or like wave audio. In, like from microphone. So I don't know where like device and audio starts and ends. There's network. You gotta send, receive. And there's like the Vulkan rendering stuff, like the graphics. It's like the time scheduler ties it all together. So I have like a mega game object loop. I have game objects right now. And I gotta tie all this stuff together. Yep. It's getting complicated. This is getting annoying. And like, I don't know, JavaScript engine. I've already made a JavaScript engine. It's like so much faster than Chrome. Chrome has zero chance of surviving competition. So like when I release that thing, I would not invest in Chrome. Chrome is gonna slowly go out of business. They're gonna be like, it'll be like sand slipping through their fingers. They'll be like, no. They're gonna like grab on. They're like, we can't just give in. We got a computer. Can we steal this thing? How do we compete? I mean, JavaScript runs everything. And like, there's this new engine is destroying performance. I mean, our stuff is so slow. How do we make it faster? We're getting fucked. Because nobody's gonna use their stupid engine. Especially if like a new game engine comes out. Like a game engine web browser. There's nothing to steal. Because no one's made it yet. So that's the thing I gotta make. And it's getting complicated. So like I already made a JavaScript engine. So I already kind of know how fast it can be, the potential. Because I still gotta get back to that. And go through the standard and like release the engine. Change the environment. Make it a better one. So if I was like making another JavaScript engine, I'd feel confident because it's like, well, I've already done this once. Here we go again. This time we can do it better. But like, time scheduler and stuff, like I've tested stuff, but I haven't like put it all together. And I gotta put all this stuff together. In the operating system itself, it can't even handle this stuff efficiently. It's designed like shit. So I gotta like make this work on top of like an existing shithole. what's the saying, like, got your work cut out for you? Does that mean, like, it's easier to do something? Or is it the opposite? Because, like, I don't know. I'm gonna have to fucking... So I have to make a struct called strand. It's like a thread or whatever. I gotta like thread all these things together through the time scheduler. And like, I don't know. I'm human, just like the rest of us. Except some people, I don't think they're human. But you can't really dehumanize someone. Because that's not fair, whatever, to them. But like, Sam Altman, Bill Gates, there's a ton of other people. And to pick a couple people, I don't know, whatever. They do what they do. They know what they're doing. The damage they're causing. And they do it anyways. They just keep doing it. And they just don't fucking care at all. They just keep doing it and doing it. So I don't know, whatever. It literally makes no sense. I wonder if they feel like they feel bad about what they do. Like when they find something, like Sam Altman. He's like, dude, this guy's a really good artist. Let's put their stuff in the AI, and we'll like use his shit to make the AI, and we'll give no credit to this guy or girl, whoever it is. I wonder if they feel guilty. Because they do anyways. They give like zero fucks. Or they do. And they feel guilty. Except the guilt, it's not enough. Gotta go after their money. Because that's all I seem to care about. Competition, competing with better software. Yeah. Literally the only way. So I need to make like a strand struct. And it needs to like tiles together, whatever, like time scheduler, Vulkan API, aim objects, Linux input device, and like a yoke and a shell. I have like a yoke thing that determines media type. If it's like device input, audio system, network, Vulkan API, or animation, I don't know, whatever. That's like a yoke thing. And the shell thing picks like the path of like the thing that goes to yoke. So if it's network, it's not really the IP, because IPs are like a layer. if it's like an image or like a movie, it'd be like the file path. So like the shell has the properties for the yoke thing, and then that makes the game object. And Linux input device or like Vulkan API. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta like, oh shit, I gotta connect together. And some of the stuff I'm gonna use for a JavaScript engine. So I'm trying to like pick and choose. So I don't have to like write code twice or whatever. So like time scheduler. Time whatever. If I have like a second of time. And I sampled the time. At like certain points of a second. So like if I'm a sample time at like 8 times a second max. How about 4? 4 is better. This is so complicated. It's like a simple thing. This is getting so complicated. Alright, so yesterday, or the day before, whatever, last year, whatever, I hate making mistakes because I'm recording myself making a mistake. It's like this code here, whatever, this loop. Is the game object loop, but later on it's going to be, this green is hard to read. Later on it's going to have like device input, audio system network. I'm going to break it up into like separate arrays for each. And there's like static. Man, I have to turn that off. So game object loop is these things, whatever. So it's like spinning squares or rectangles, whatever. So like if it's like networking or sound, it's clearly not a spinning rectangle. So like the sound and internet and spinning rectangles are different types. So I need different I need code to run for each type. And since they're all in one big array, and it's not even the array, it's the fact that they're all in one big array. If I'm gonna like, if I have so many time samples a second, that's a lot of loops. So if there's like, it was like internet, images. Alright, so there's like three types. Network, image, sound. If I'm gonna run like 60 samples a second, it's like a loop. I want to run the loop once, so I only have to call it 60 times. So if I put like a switch statement or like an if else chain for each of these, and I'm doing like 60 loops for like 60 FPS, whatever. And it means I'm doing 60 loops. I have to like stop each loop to like process each of these every iteration. Because I have one big array. Where it's like network, image, or sound. Because I didn't break it up to like separate types yet. And then I need to multi-thread it. Because like with MIDI, it needs to run on like a separate thread. Because you can't call the Vulkan API to send to the video card to update the frame in between sending keys. Because you don't know how long it's going to take. So like MIDI, like this, whatever. It actually makes a separate thread. Because of that reason. You can't do a whole bunch of stuff if you need to like send keys for like MIDI. Even though MIDI's like kind of dead, because sound is like they just shit on sound. Nobody treats sound as it should be. Sound, audio, it is just as important as fucking video. It's not treated that way though. Alright, when they added sound to the video, I can't waste my time finding this. You do this, whatever. You have like your frame of like the video. And then like the little punch holes, because it grabbed the frame and it pulled it around. So like those little like holes on the side. So like the video frame goes there. It gets like projected to the screen, whatever. So the sound, you put it right here. So you got like your frame of video, and then you got sound. So now you have like moving picture with sound. And they just shit all over sound. So like sound was like encoded as like a separate part on the right with the frame before they like separated whatever. It's not whatever. So like the real estate for sound was like really tiny. This tiny like scribble alongside. But pixels, or like the area of the space for a video, is like boom, just fucking like, yeah, I don't know, whatever. So like sound, if you're playing MIDI, you need like a separate thread. Because if you're gonna like process a video, it takes so much time to process. So you like throw it onto a thread. or you run like 3 or 4 threads. So I don't know. Wasting a whole thread for sound is kind of a waste. I guess. And so is a video card. That's also a waste. Because they could all be done on the CPU. But then, like, Intel, AMD, they wouldn't make as much money, which is the only reason that they keep the video card around. Otherwise, they could totally put it all on the CPU. But they make twice the money selling, like, 2 separate things for the same board. But the sound, I don't know, whatever. It's like MIDI. It needs to be sent like and it's playing. I can't cancel it. I guess it's just gonna play. Because it makes the thread high priority. And then what? Is that 64? Is that like timing? And it failed to set the thread high priority. But eventually goes through and starts playing the sound. It's like the fact that it failed in the first place. The modern operating system is stolen in the first place. It also sucks. It's a tool to make things, but it's a broken tool. So like if it was possible for this program to request and like get what it asked for, it would probably sound better. Because it sends like each key individually to the MIDI instead of like having like a pre-recorded sound wave. It sends all the individual keys, kind of like if you like played it in real time, or it's like sheet music with the sounds for those notes or keys, or like sound effects, not just sheet music, and it plays it based on what it's sent. So you got to open a separate thread, or whatever. It's like this here. I have all these different media types. And I don't want to like treat video as like the main thing. Where like it's just like GPU bound. So I want to make sure like video is also on its own separate thread. So on like, it's like internet also, that gets its own thread. But there's only so many threads on the computer. So at some point, there's only so much processing power. And I gotta figure out like, how to deterministically pick with like the shitty OS, where like in the first place they don't even like handle this issue. They just like pretend everything's perfect, and they don't even deal with like timing and stuff, because it's garbage. It's straight up garbage. And then on top of all that, don't even protect the artist. So like you make stuff with a tool, and the tool's like, fuck you. In OpenAI, they're like, we're gonna take your shit. We're not gonna give you credit.
They don't cite the creators of artworks or writing they were trained on.
Do they even play?
They don't cite the creators of artworks or writing they were trained on.
So like, this is a bad environment. We have software that like, at the operating system level, it doesn't even work good. And it's a tool. So you gotta make things in this environment. And then inside of this environment, when you make things, you're not protected. People can steal your shit, say it's theirs. And then people that take your shit, you don't even get credit for it.
They don't cite the creators of artworks or writing they were trained on.
In the government, they just sit around. They're like, let's see what happens. We'll see if people can work it out on their own. Because the government's supposed to govern. They can't just like react instantly to every single thing. So they gotta wait, they gotta see what happens, and then make decisions. This is a terrible environment. It's ridiculous. So I had to like get this stuff working in this garbage hole called like software or operating system, whatever you want to call it. It's designed by idiots. Complete fucking retards. So if I have a loop, I do like 60 loops per second, or samples a second to run code. I need some of it to be threaded, and some of it can be done on the main CPU. Some of it's not time specific, but some of it is. And there is like actual limitations on what can be computed within a certain amount of time. So it's complicated. So if I have a loop and I do like 60 loops and I do like an if check on every single thing, networking is sound. That's 60 loops with a bunch of branches. And every time you hit a branch, the CPU has to like execute other code. So like time wise, You can have as many never taken branches as you want without incurring any cost. So CPU, this blue line is a non-taken branch. So as long as you have code on the CPU and it runs, the amount of time you lose is nothing. Because it just falls through, it doesn't take the jump. But if you want to play games with the branch predictor, then this purple and green line is the cost of those games. So that increases time. So every branch, in general, that has to be, unless it's within, if the branch is in memory, it's 0 time because it's already there. But like, things get evicted depending on when it's run. So there's no guarantee that it'll stay in cache. And once it's out, you get like freaking like timing overhead. So every branch is gonna add up and take time. Unless I don't take the branch. And since the modern operating system is designed by fucking idiots, like straight up idiots, like when I say idiots, I mean fucking morons. Like self-modifying code, things would run so much faster. I can't say how exactly. But if you like modified the program code, instead of making a C program where it's a static blob of the same code over and over and over, if you write self-modifying code, you can make the program run like this blue line. Just fucking zip real fast. But no. The whole system, tech whatever software, it's run by fucking morons. And they're like, oh, you gotta compile it with our special compiler where we have years and years of intelligence to make machine code and generate stuff, and we know what we're doing because we're so smart. We make static code blobs. And yeah, computer science. No, they're fucking retarded. Don't know shit. It's so annoying because you're stuck with the tools you have to work with. You gotta get by with what you got. So I want to avoid branches as much as possible because clearly, as you can see, whatever, yeah. So all these ifs gonna slow it down. I need self-modifying code. God damn. I don't have that though. Alright, let's say like I break this up. I do like 60 separate loops of each type. Alright, so like, if I split it up into like 3 separate loops, so it's like 60 times a second, and the main thread could like run. And it's like network. Maybe it throws it off to a thread. So it doesn't have to do the 60 loops, the main thread. It throws it off to a thread, that thread can do it. And then it's like images. And then it like throws that off to a thread. And it's like sound, throws that off to a thread. And then like the main can zip through, throw everything off to a thread. And then each thread will handle its own 60 loops. So like either way, there's a lot of loops. 60 times 3. $180. And then that doesn't include all the things inside loop. So if I do that, then at least each of these loops will be at blue speed. And the CPU is going to keep it in cache. And it's not going to be like running and hitting these branches as much. So like no matter what, this is going to be overhead. But if I write it the right way, or not the right way, just differently, I can like avoid worst case scenario and get as much like performance as possible. And if it runs on this 17-year-old CPU, it'll run on the new ones too. It'll run even better on the new ones. As long as I can like make software that OpenAI or Microsoft are unable to compete with, I can put them out of business. And they can all go suck dicks on Epstein's Island. Or pay for like their Russia hookers. But they're gonna run out of money at some point. So I gotta figure out to like distribute the timeout within each like second of like samples per second. Because like whatever goes on at each point, I need it set up. To like always go for the blue. Not equal taken, or not even branch, whatever. I only hit the branch when needed. Because like every time that like something takes too long or is not efficient enough, it adds a little bit of time. And like everything ends up being off by a little bit. Which is bound to happen at some point, whatever, physically. So, I don't know. I need to like shut up and program. There's no way getting around the just the code itself. Either gets like a branch miss more often, if it's like packed up like this, whatever. Or you can avoid some of the branches, the misses, and keep things in cache by throwing them off to threads. But then threads, it's nuanced. Because you can't... It destroys the cache if you access things like outside of a thread area. Because threads are designed to do tiny little tasks on the side. Kind of like audio and video. They used to store like the audio on like a side strip and then the videos in the middle. And audio's on the side here. So now they made threads to handle those little tasks that are like time specific, which is exactly why the MIDI software makes a thread to play the MIDI sound. And it requests a thread a high priority. And the OS is like, yeah, you don't get that. We managed to run in the first place, barely, because our system is shit. Eventually gets it, I guess. Probably like drop the priority. Or maybe just like keep requesting it till it happens. Yeah, it's shit though, absolute shit. So like threads, they share the same cache. I would assume, because it's like, it's doing the main thing. And like side things that aren't important to the main thing, like how they treat audio, but need to be done with time priority. You throw it to a thread. And then since these are like small things, like it's sending like MIDI keys, it's like a small chunk of data compared to like the big chunk. If you like use a little bit of cache, or like you don't like, if you don't go crazy with accessing memory, the cache won't be as polluted. So it's like safe to like set aside a little bit of memory and use it on thread. And the rest of the memory goes like the main program. But if you like make the thread do a bunch of shit and you're using a ton, you're just accessing tons of different areas, then like the cache gets like destroyed because you're using stuff all over the place. Like a whole bunch of different stuff. So network, images, sound. I gotta make sure I avoid that. I gotta figure that out now. Because I need the time scheduler to get the rest of the plays. So I might shut up and like try to program. Figure out what I'm gonna do. This is getting complicated. I can't just keep stalling. I need to get something done. So I might shut up and get something done. I need more caffeine. want to figure this out. This is so complicated. People need to stop saying like, or like, I don't know, putting yourself at risk on purpose, where you could like die, and telling people about it. That's not cool. It's lame as fuck. And then you think about everyone else that ever did that or joked about it. And it's like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? It's so annoying. So anyways, this program done. Great. How do I even? God. I have game objects in a loop. That's what I got. Or the loop is like to go through those objects. Alright, so that's a start. It's like problem solving 101. Man, I'm tired of my phone. Fucking, I don't fucking care. Stop lighting up. Game object loop. Or like, just not loop. So game objects, which are like internet, sound, video, any kind of object in this array. That's what I got. Later on, I'll make it separate arrays. But for now, all in one. Because I'm streaming this. So I don't want to actually, like, people steal things like Bill Gates or Sam Altman and they take it for free. So I don't want to give away anything that's like not already known. This program is shit. In the audio, I think it needs to update like 100 times a second for like 48,000 hertz or whatever. That's more than 60. It's 100 times a second. And then there's separate sample rates. So the ordering, does that matter? If I have a physics loop and I have something moving at 60 physics updates per second, so updates every single tick. We'll have like another game object in a physics loop or a physics engine, whatever, and it updates like 10 times a second. It's less updates. But when I update it, do I update the things that are moving faster first and then update the things moving slower? Or does it matter on the order that they're updated? Like, do I just update things? Because then it's like an if-else problem or a branch problem. If I have to jump around between things at different speeds. It ruins the loop in the cache. You have a loop. If I make a big array, or several arrays, kind of like Vulkan command buffers, and I put the game objects in the array, like which one it is. And then after these loops, I run several loops over the arrays. Process them. Then they're in separate chunks. I can send them to separate threads. But that's like playing games with like time and space. Having to like store things to an array. It takes up time. It takes up space in the memory. If I do it in one big loop, then I lose time to the branch. And the branch is slower than the memory. But there's only so much RAM available. This is a losing battle. Someone has chatbot about the physics or whatever. If it's like a physics engine. When things are updated, do all things at a certain rate need to be updated first before other things? Or like, can something be updated out of order? where you update like something at 60 like frames per second. Not even frames per second, just like speed. Do things have to be pooled by how fast they're moving? Frequency. Or can you just like update things at whatever frequency? As long as like it's only updated that many times for that frequency. I'll check out that first. Or Google it. But Chatbot is Google. So I don't know. And it's like the current environment right now. So you might as well use it as a tool while it's here. Because they're gonna get fucked anyways. Go out of business. When I compete and put them out of business. Here today, not forever. So, I gotta figure out something. I'm gonna shut up. Turn to really loud music. And try to focus on this. And yeah. I need to just shut up. Because I'm gonna stall. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do. Because I can't just take it from someone else. It's not cool, dude. Plus, no one else. I doubt anybody else is like, figure this out. Or they have. But nothing like exists publicly to use. Because if you did figure something out, you wouldn't sell it. Because people just steal it. By figure out, I mean like how to like get things to update at a sample rate very, very, very efficiently. I'm gonna see like what's this program called? How do they do it? Fluid synth. So like fluid synth. I'm pretty sure they just make an array and they pre-compute and play things on time, which is what I'm trying to avoid. I'm trying to come up with like a system that can be applied to any type or whatever. So let's chat about fluid synth and then physics engines, whatever. And then at some point figure out whatever. I want like a year, like 1 year. If I could get like 1 year where people don't die, like people die, and like even if you don't like that person, it still like has effect. So like 1 year, that'd be great. Of like people not dying. I would like just yeah, that'd be great. That'd be awesome. It's probably not gonna happen. That'd be good though. That'd be nice. Yeah. So I'm gonna check about this. GPT sucks. Like it seriously sucks. Where did my question even go? This thing is garbage. For the love of shit. Well, I was gonna text to speech it. But like it's not updating between logins. So I don't know. So I make game engine. I said I'm making a game engine, but it's more like multimedia engine. I need to count for samples per second as efficiently as possible. So sound maybe a 99 samples per second, and GPU for game 60 FPS. I want to cut down on the time that's wasted and overlap when possible, so things are done at a sample rate per second, but like for multiple media forms. Not audio separate from the video, or waste time having the CPU compute the same work twice. Do you go match so far or whatever? Shepard says, yes, you were asking. You're trying to design a unified timing system for multiple media domains instead of traditional approach where everything runs in separate loops. And that's the annoying thing because you still need the loops in the first place. So you can't get rid of the physical looping itself. Because physically, it needs to do loops. That's what physically makes it run and run the code. But there has to be a way to optimize it somewhat, to avoid branching or as much like work as possible while still computing it. Instead of simple loops, audio render, you run one schedule loop driven by master sample counter. Yeah, that's it basically. Each subsystem declares samples per second rate. Audio 99, physics 60, render 60, MIDI 120, video 24. Then you convert everything to integer, simple intervals. This is how a retard would do it. It says now all systems share the same timeline. No duplicate time logic. Not really. It still has duplicate timing logic because it's retarded. That's right here. That's this if. That if can be removed. So that's the if I want to get rid of. That one right there. This if I can remove. The chatbot answers my question and it has it right there. The one thing I want to get rid of. Because this thing's retarded. Because it literally states out everything. And throws in the one thing I'm trying to fix. Oh, it's gonna tell me, okay, so it's a better method than module. Expensive, it doesn't scale. It says, instead store next execution tick. Huh. What you're describing looks like a discrete event scheduler. Man, this thing is retarded as hell. It's just taking everything I tell it and giving it back to me. But it's not even connecting the dots. Because it's retarded. And Sam Altman is a fucking moron. He can't even blame it on being gay. He's just a gay moron. It has nothing to do with being gay. I think Sam Altman is a plant. Just like Bill Gates. Just plants. Okay, this is like completely pointless as fuck. Alright, mental model. You're not running loops. You're running timeline simulation. 1 o'clock drives it all. And how exactly? Oh, this thing is so dumb. What you're building conceptually, closest to a deterministic multimedia event scheduler. Hybrid of audio sample clock, emulator, clock scheduler, OS, timer wheel. I gotta get operating system done. I need to. This is ridiculous. The modern operating system is garbage. It's time to stop fucking artists. Sam Altman, Bill Gates. Like, the time's up. You're done. Fucking artists. It's over. It's gonna end.
No direct credit, since models like GPT-4 and all are not specifically designed to attribute credit to particular creators in their responses. That is, they don't cite the creators of artworks or writing they were trained on. This is a significant issue for artists, musicians, and writers. Don't cite the creators of artworks or writing they were trained on.
Just like erasing artists from their work, using it to feed your AI. Like, you guys aren't the winners. You're not the ones writing history. You guys are gonna fucking lose. It's not cool. And when you lose, it's be overwritten. Just lost history. Or actually, like, known as, like, the fucking idiots that thought they could, like, steal art and fuck over artists. Yeah. I gotta get done. I gotta figure this out. For like artist's sake. For fuck's sake. I'm gonna shut up and try to get this figured out. Stuff is retarded as fuck. They're gonna get like fucked. Like a bunch of fucking retards. Competition wise. Like literally just make something better. It's faster. Doesn't cost a lot of money. Better software. And no one will buy this shit or use this shit. Start new monopolies. Yeah. I'm gonna shut up and figure stuff out. That's plan. Nothing ever is planned. So I'm gonna pick something, some way to like time schedule and like get all stuff running. Yeah. Figure something out. This is so annoying. It's really complicated. I gotta shut up. I wish this program could write itself. But this AI is not even AI. It's shit. It doesn't even work. Everything is stupid. if I like pay money for the more expensive version of GPT, will a portion of the proceeds go to the artists that OpenAI stole from to make OpenAI the GPT model? Will it? Or no? Is that an option? Is there an option to say like, oh yeah, I'll pay for GPT, but can like 20% of the proceeds go to the people they stole from? Is that an option? Or does GPT just make money and they don't pay anyone anything that they took from? Does OpenAI even donate to the public like most companies do? Like Target or like... That's like a big thing. Trying to like give back to the community. Does OpenAI do that? Because like Target is like, I don't know. There's other companies too. But like they actually give tons of money back to the public. Like schools and stuff. Does OpenAI do that? Or do they just take? Short answer, no. There's currently no general system where subscription fees to OpenAI are automatically shared with the artists whose work may have appeared in trained data. Okay, how do you not guarantee that? How do you not guarantee that it won't appear in trained data? It's more nuanced. Oh, of course. Subscriptions don't directly pay artists. If someone buys a paid plan for GPT, that money generally goes towards things like running GPUs, research development. For what? What research? Stealing from more people? Staff and operations? Partnerships with infrastructures provided, such as Microsoft. Microsoft's gonna get fucked too. They're all gonna get fucked. Like, I don't know, OpenAI is gonna get its ass beat. Except like hard. Like freaking prolapse that ass. Except some people, they like that. So I don't know, whatever. Cause like, it's not fair. Only way to make it fair is compete and put them out of business. There is not a built-in royalty system where a portion of subscription revenue is distributed to individual artists or writers whose works may have been included in trained assets. Why it's controversial? It's not controversial. You take shit that's not yours. What, you don't have to pay for it? What? How exactly is that? What's controversial about stealing artwork? The people that stole the jewels or whatever from fucking... The police looked for them. You can't legally just steal things. There's nothing controversial about it. It says a lot of artists, writers, publishers argue that their work was used without permission. They should receive credit, licensing fees, or royalties. Really? Is that too much to ask for? For an artist to ask for? Is it really controversial? I don't know. That's too much to ask for? Really? This is the subject of multiple lawsuits and policy debates right now. Courts and regulators are still deciding how trained data should be treated under copyright law. The rules may change in the future. Well, I guess it could change. And I'm still gonna have to compete anyways. Because it's not cool. Some companies are experimenting with licensing. Ooh, wow. Is there a give back program like some corporations? Some companies run visible public community programs. Retailers like Target often donate to schools or local programs. And it's nice. Like when you go to like just schools. And you give back to schools. Especially in the poor places. It's a nice thing to do. AI companies do sometimes fund research grants, nonprofit educational initiatives, separate from compensating creators' works who may have been used for training. So like, yeah. So I do sometimes fund I guess people going to college, whatever nonprofit means, except paying out who they took from. Yeah, shit people. Sam Altman is like such a piece of shit. Like straight up shit. What many creators are pushing for. Opt-in training data set, opt registries, automatic attribution, royalty systems. Technically, some researchers are working on ways to track data provenance. Aren't widely implemented yet. Yeah, because there's no money if you gotta pay for what you take. So, direct answer, paying for a GPT subscription currently does not automatically send money to artists whose work might have been in training data. Alright, so why does it say artists whose works might have been? Why say that? Why say might? It is or is not. It's simple. Oh, because it's not fully public or precisely traceable. Why is that? Oh, because they remove anything that makes it so.
No direct credit, since models like GPT-4 and are not specifically designed to attribute credit to particular creators in their responses. That is, they don't cite the creators of artworks or writing they were trained on. This is a significant issue for artists, musicians, and writers.
Like OpenAI. They got fucked so hard. So hard. These guys are fucked. I just gotta get done and then compete. So fucked. It's not cool. How not cool is it? Well, I guess you're gonna find out. I gotta focus, get something done. So it says that they don't organize things by speed. So, like, I cannot understand how fucking retarded, how fucking idiotic and stupid this thing is. Like it's so dumb. I should stop yelling. I should whisper instead. So I cannot understand how dumb and straight up stupid that this OpenAI stuff is. Like, these people are literally, it's the dumbest shit ever. I literally cannot understand how. Like, how? Like, really? Seriously, how? So, like, it says, and it calls me stupid or whatever. Or it hints at it. And it's just dumb. It's like, why engines don't sort by speed? Sorting by speed would actually be worse. What? Okay, so it says, velocity changes constantly due to forces. Sorting every frame would cost 0 log n. Physics interactions depend on spatial proximity, not speed. A slow object can still collide with a fast one. Scheduling by velocity doesn't help. Okay, so first off, not scheduling by velocity. I'm scheduling by update rate. Okay, so this object says stop moving, go to sleep. What the hell? That makes no sense. Sleeping bodies are skipped entirely. Saves massive CPU time. But this is the dumbest thing. Okay, so if objects are sorted by speed, how is performance worse? If objects are sorted by speed, then there's no need to loop. Over the objects that don't need to be updated. Question mark. And then, if you can loop all objects moving at a certain speed, does that not make the loop more efficient? Because the same math can be applied across multiple things. The same math can be hoisted out of the loop, then applied in the loop to get higher throughput. And better caching. And locality of memory in the function exec. Frame. Question mark. And then it wouldn't be 0 and log n, or would that not? Alright, so then not solve for. And have it only update. And then keep a list of things collided with to like handle the remainder. Where it's not going to be optimal. Because things aren't grouped based on what they have in common. But it's faster overall. But would that not be faster than running every loop where nothing has anything in common every time? Question mark. But like this isn't just velocity. It's like input rate too. Because we have to send if it's like a game character and it's computing when to like attack a player. Like if it's like AI in the game and you're like versing enemies in the game and they gotta compute where they're gonna walk in the map and stuff like that. If all those things are organized into separate things, physics-wise, I don't know. So I don't know. This chatbot thing is so fucking dumb. Oh, chatbot's saying something, and it's taking longer to type. So it might not be like a pre-rendered output. It's probably like a new output from like stolen information that I took from artists, and it's not gonna credit because they're a bunch of thieves. They're pathetic shitholes. They can get their asses beat. Metaphorically. Why I compete with them? I'm gonna compete so hard. So fucking hard. Zero messages left with our most powerful model. single thing. That's your fucking song. Fucking idiots. Thieves. Pieces of shit. Alright, so Jemba says your intuition about grouping work, so the loop becomes more efficient, is actually correct in principle. Duh. No, really. Modern engines absolutely try to group similar work so that math can be hoisted and caches behave better. But the key detail is what property you group by. You can have several different groups. Alright, so this is stupid. You can have several different kinds of groupings based on several different parameters and then run something. And okay, anyways, it says physics engines usually do not group by speed, and there are a few structural reasons. Physics integration RDO Smith. The main update is typically something like every object in the world shares the same time step, so the math is already uniform. What? Velocity changes every step. Sorting by speed sounds good until you consider all these changes. All of those change velocity every frame. So after each simulation step, the speed ordering becomes invalid. That means you need to resort every frame, which brings... What? Is this thing fucking retarded? I swear to God. Does it not know what time is? So like, do not know what time is? Question mark. All those changes, velocity frame. So I'm saying if something has force applied to it, it won't be applied during that frame. Because it has to compute everything else in that frame. Therefore, that thing with force applied would literally need to be moved to another list. Meaning that there's no need to resort every frame. It will be resorted every fucking time it runs. Stupid piece of fucking shit. The real expensive part is in motion. In physics engines, integration is cheap. The expensive parts are collision detection, constraint solving, contact resolution. So like, the furthest that I've gotten with like bounding boxes or collision is in like web design. Like this, whatever. browser is stolen, and it's designed by idiots, and it's a bad environment. The whole web design environment is designed for thieves, like Sam Altman. So like, I had to like figure out how to compute and figure out how to get like I click here and I can reset this box, but I can't. That's retarded as fuck. Really? The mouse input changes. If I'm out like this, I can click and it moves. But if I zoom in, it changes the input position, and now it's fucked up. I can't like click on the edge. Where's the edge at? It's somewhere over here. Like what the fuck? Oh wait, there it goes. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's because it's more precise where I'm clicking. Oh wait, there it goes. Never mind. I don't know. So like with this, I had to like compute these boxes where the mouse is and figure out when I'm on the edge to resize it. Because like, does the web browser even have edge detection? Edge detection. Oh, it hurts to whisper. Does the browser even have edge detection? Alright, so Chatbot says, I understand what you're saying. You're thinking in terms of discrete time steps, blah blah blah. So start the next time step, loop iterates over objects that need that particular update. Alright, it says, your approach, every frame, objects are sorted, bucketed by property that actually update the math, like velocity or update frequency. For scheduler, when an object gets a force applied or collision, it moves to a different bucket. So at the start of the next time step, the loop only iterates over objects that need particular update. Nothing extra is done for objects that don't need it. It's like the concept of caching, except code-wise. Or like, I don't know, same concept. If you have things on screen, like this, whatever, and you're like walking here in the game, and there's stuff. If you localize to only those things, you don't have to update the other stuff because nothing else is moving unless something is. That's like caching in general. Because on a CPU, do the same thing. You access code in different places, and whatever you access more frequently ends up being cached. So like the CPU runs off caching. So why the hell would you not do that for like game engine or like physics or whatever? So I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. And I don't know, because I don't know. Because like the furthest I've gotten is like 2D detection. And like boxes moving around. Is this stuck? Man, stuff is garbage. I also like, oh whatever. It's a nice orange. I can't believe I wasted my time in web design. Waste time. So like 2D boxes and shit. I kind of got that. But like when you add another axis to this, and things are updated in real time, I don't know that yet. So I guess I'm gonna figure out. I'm tired of figuring stuff out. It's getting old. I'm tired of this. But no one else is gonna like compete with AI. So like, guess I'll do it. It's gonna be awesome. There's chatbot says, bucket the rebucketing is only done when the state changes. There's no extra zero unlock cost per frame, just simple list moves. That's basically a time-aware, adaptive batching system, perfectly reasonable. You know what's not reasonable? What's not reasonable is this. It's also not ethical.
They don't cite the creators of artworks or writing they were trained on. This is a significant issue for artists, musicians, and writers. If an AI generates something based on patterns it learned from copyrighted works,
It doesn't even matter if it's copyrighted or not.
without giving credit or compensation to the original creators,
It's not fair. And if like no one's gonna hold them responsible for doing so, it's gonna keep doing it. Oh, it's a lot of work. I still gotta get to AI. I don't even want to make AI make something different, like a smart tool or something. Like something that's like an extension that you can train to do something, but doesn't like claim to like, I don't know, whatever. Alright, so why engines typically don't do this? Tend to assume most objects are moving or active. In a normal game world, majority of objects are dynamic most of the time. Moving objects between lists every frame would be more bookkeeping than it's worth. Collisions can create dependencies. Even if two objects have different velocities, they can collide. If objects are in separate lists, you still need cross-list collision checks, which adds overhead. Memory access patterns. Sorting by velocity creates non-contiguous memory access unless you design the arrays carefully. Yeah, okay, whatever. Prefer flat, contiguous, or contiguous, whatever, I don't care. Arrays for SIMD vectorization. What? That has nothing to do with, like, okay, yeah. Where your idea actually shines. You know what? Kiss my ass, piece of shit. Telling me, like, oh, here's where it's useful. Fuck that. If only a small subset of objects are fast moving, most objects are sleeping or moving predictably. You want to hoist computations across from objects for vectorization. Then you can avoid updating inactive objects, apply the same math batch, keep tight cache, similar to data, generate design, oriented design, physics engines, except your grouping by dynamic temporal needs, not just memory layout. One subtlety: collisions. Even if objects are bucketed by velocity, you still need a way to detect collisions between objects in different buckets. Because a slow object can't be hit by a fast object. Usually handled by spatial partitioning. Zero loop optimization works best for integration and velocity updates, but collision detection may still need cross bucket checks. So, like, I don't think chatbot gets what I'm saying, because it's retarded. Says you're correct, organized by dynamic, update frequency, speed buckets, and only move them when there's state changes. You avoid unnecessary zero log and overhead. This is valid, potentially a very high performance strategy. Just that mainstream engines don't do it because most. And how does it know this? Oh, because it stole a shitload of information from the internet, and it like merged it all into like one trained asset. And it's making an opinion based off everything it stole. It's cool. Alright, so I need a way to test whatever. With MIDI, with sound, whatever, if things are updated per second, like MIDI keys, then this program sucks. The MIDI, or like sheet music. Things happen, whatever, in like a time. So, time scheduler. I have updates per second, every second. So if I figure out which time in a second at an update per second to play a sound, then I can organize the sounds, schedule them to play at that time, and I can like play MIDI whatever. So like if one note or whatever from the MIDI, like this one, whatever, from general user MIDI, like whatever the sound example is. And like, I complain about the static. Except, if you have like bad headphones, you might not hear the static. Or like, if you were like born with ears, or like eardrums, and you're not like sensitive enough to like hear the sound, you probably won't hear it. So like the static that I'm talking about is like say static. When I say like the static from sound card, there's like this teeny bit of static that you can hear. Unless like maybe it's not, maybe you can't hear it. Because like the streaming quality drops the audio resolution. So maybe it's not audible, or like maybe you can't hear it. It's like if I added the sound or like the EQ, like that, whatever. This will probably make like a loop. It'll probably get really loud. So yeah. You know what, I'm not gonna do it. It's just gonna make a sound loop and it's gonna like hear really loud. Never mind. But there's like this annoying amount of static. It's not worth it. I already know what's gonna happen when I do that. Never mind. It's like the MIDI. It sends notes basically. Kind of like sheet music. It plays it back in real time. So if I figure out where to like which points within a second to send the notes to be played, because not every note is gonna like line up exactly every time. But if I make like an array for like what do I call it? That's chatbot. This whatever MIDI. So it plays again. It's like fluid synth. I guess I'll ask how that program works. So, I don't know. This is a MIDI song and yeah, I don't know, whatever. There's an equalizer, and it changes because the modern operating system is retarded. So people don't know what they're doing. And all the software is garbage. If it wasn't, you'd be able to save the settings I set and load them next time, but it doesn't do that. So like when I turn the volume up down, it just fucks it up, and these things don't even seem to be stable. It seems to like load up different things every time. So I don't know if it like how difficult is it to make working software? Why is it so difficult? It's retarded. God damn. So if I mess with these settings, then it can sound better. Otherwise everything's like the same or like just overlaps. But if I mess with, I can like get some things like pop out more to get like more range, less like everything collapsing or whatever. I don't know what headphones is separate from like master sound. And like this the 3D control option. don't think this is even using MIDI. It's not. That's why it sounds like this. It's not even using MIDI. That's dumb. That's why it sounds bad. I just want to check out, I don't know, just pieces first. Alright, so like, does this even use MIDI? Oh my god. Fucking shit. Does MIDI even work on this card? And I have a Sound Blaster, and then I have a Sound Blaster. I have another Sound Blaster. I have a couple antique, whatever. One of them is a computer that like overclocked it, it caught fire, and it damaged it. So it's like really staticky. And this one is a value card, and the MIDI doesn't seem to be working. So it synthesizes on in software. Alright, that's why it sounds weird. Because I played it last time, I'm like, why does this sound flat? It sounds flat. That's why. Because it's not using MIDI. So there's definitely a difference between hardware and software. A clear difference. Like straight up. This one uses software, and this one uses hardware. It's like time scheduling, whatever. Or like resources. Very few people will have MIDI. Are there even devices that have MIDI in 2026? Except the ones that do. The MIDI can only play so much, whatever. So like this is like the amount of sound to process. And it needs to process more sound. Then I'll like put this sound. It's like a separate PCM like audio sample array sound wave. So this stuff becomes like one sound wave. And like this stuff will be like the MIDI. Where it's like multiple sound waves. And it actually uses like hardware, whatever, to feed the output, whatever. So like I'll set up the game engine. So if there's no actual MIDI support, it'll like flatten things to like just a single sound wave, or use hardware at the same time, whatever. Because otherwise, if you send too much to the MIDI card, it gets clipped. It doesn't play. So it has to play it. So put that stuff to like the big sound buffer or whatever. It sounds like shit, the software. So it says each event has a timestamp, takes 3 milliseconds depending on MIDI. FluidSynth's job is to turn those events into audio samples at the audio sample rate. How FluidSynth schedules events. Take base counter, queue pending MIDI events. Timestamps when synthesizer generates a block of audio samples. It adds generate audio. Inside the block checks MIDI events. MIDI events that should have been. Events are applied. Correct sample within the buffer. Exactly that. If a note on occurs at 1.3 milliseconds in block, starts at exactly 1.3 milliseconds in the block. It's not sending each MIDI event individually to the audio hardware. That's a lie. Man, this thing's a fucking liar. Because it's a liar. Literally fucking lies about everything. Because I tried to get this MIDI shit working. And I kind of gave up for now. Do it later. Because Chatbot doesn't know anything. Apparently, you open a file to access the hardware. You like note on, note off. You send like 3 bytes, whatever. Or like the keys, whatever, to the MIDI card. So internally, there's a loop, and it's doing write. So it loops and does write. So for Chatbot to say it's not sending each MIDI event individually, it's a lie. Because it is. So it's called blocks. Events are applied inside the block with press sample offset. So a block applied at precise sample offset. So block is array. And then sample offset. So if I find the points that they line up at, I can make like an array. That holds arrays. Like a timestamp. But I don't need a timestamp. I need another array that feeds into, I guess, a block. So if I break it up into a second, then 2 seconds of audio. Give me another ray. And like each second of audio, load up which ray. Yeah, whatever. So like the notes, whatever to play. Find out like which points I think I played it. Take the point of the notes I played it. This ray. In this bar. Well, actually, like this. It frets like the drums. Or just like the flute. And then yellow's like pick an instrument. I mean, what instrument is not very long to spell? Drums, flute. Everything else is like 10 letters. Like guitar, so many letters. Xylophone, that has a lot of letters. Bongo. I don't know, the bongos. There we go. So the drums, if there's like notes in the MIDI file, whatever, drums are like those points, and the flutes are like these points. And like the bongo, are bongos even part? I don't know, whatever. Here, and like these overlap points. Where like the instruments all happen at the same time or whatever. Like grab that like line of instruments. There's also these lines. There's only like one thing on them. Or two. Needs to be all the individual whatever times. Anyway. That's that one, this one, this one, and then this one. So I don't know. They work for MIDI. But then physics engine, I need a way that like will account for all these, how they run. So I'm gonna like figure out what fluid synth does, fluid synth or whatever. They play this out right now. He's probably does something like that. Chatbot's a piece of shit. It's dumb as fuck. Is fluid synth open source? I like how it's like, it's under the GNU license. And Chatbot uses things from freaking GitHub. And even though things are licensed, OpenAI is like, fuck that. We don't care if it's licensed. So like, going to a website, figuring something out, learning something, is different than using it straight up to make a chatbot. Totally different things. Alright, so like, I need to shut up if everything's I'm done. I need to figure out how like a generic physics engine runs for a game and see if like there's any overlap with this in any way. Because it's like, yeah. Also, is like MIDI available in 2006. Because like, this is a really old computer. This is 17 years. Yeah, 17 years old. So like MIDI, it's kind of dead. Unless it's not. Even if it is, support it anyways. So like if you have MIDI, you'll support it. And then there's like there's MIDI game controllers. I gotta buy some. It's one thing I don't have. I can support that too, whatever. It's like the basic games, classic games, they had it. So kind of needed. This is stuck. It's stuck. Script Sound Blaster have MIDI. Hardware MIDI synth or 5-pin MIDI. Most music production today uses MIDI, USB MIDI interfaces or software, rather than MIDI ports and suckers. Software MIDI synths. No, they didn't get better. It sounds like shit. It's absolute garbage. It's totally, you can hear it. It sounds like shit. Like absolute shit. Garbage. The fuck does it mean? Got much better. No. It sounds like shit. Just like this streaming software. It sounds like shit when you get it. So maybe it sounds the same by the time you receive the audio. But when I play it on the computer, when I play it on the MIDI software, and it uses MIDI hardware, versus when I run it with this command where it uses software, there's a 100% difference, and you can't even equalize it when it's like all merged together in one sound blob. It sounds like shit, straight up. Shit. It says software MIDI synths, virtual instruments, DAWs. Not much better. No, they didn't. It sounded like shit. Alright, so the Creative Sound Blaster 87 sound card. Does it have synth, MIDI? Because Windows even has like Windows MIDI. Does not include hardware MIDI. Onboard synthesizer or high quality ACDC, not MIDI synthesis. The head, blah blah blah, does not provide built-in. It says it can play MIDI music on Windows, but the sound card itself doesn't do synthesizing. What? That makes no sense. What sound card wouldn't do synthesizing on the sound card? Alright, so it goes in the computer. Audio processing on the card itself, freeing your CPU to handle other tasks. What does that include, MIDI or no? type in MIDI. Looking to edit audio MIDI menu. Enable blah blah blah. Other than turn play, turning to pause when I press keys on MIDI keyboard and note speaker. It's gonna show an address. Okay, maybe not. It says Sound Blaster handles audio processing itself, freeing up your CPU to handle the tasks. What does that mean? If it doesn't support MIDI or synth. Alright, it has PCM here. It's PCM. Supports that. So that's here. This is shit sound, where it merges all the sound waves into one. It's like pre-recorded. And software is shit. So that's PCM. So clearly, like, if you record live audio, that's PCM. But if you like isolate audio sound waves intentionally to process them in real time, that's like, I don't know, yeah. Chatbot gave code to send audio. And here is PCM. It's not I didn't try the PCM part. Maybe it actually sends PCM audio. I just tried the MIDI part. Which doesn't work because I need to like load the sounds to play it. But I guess PCM is technically supported. But MIDI, I don't know. So the audiology, what was it? one have MIDI? It doesn't even say PCM. Alright, does this one have MIDI? Let's check out. It does. Soundbox, audiology, RX have MIDI. It says a limited form, but it's not straightforward. It's classic MIDI. It still exposes MP4 or MPU 401 MIDI interface and hardware wavetable synth. It can't accept MIDI events and play them via internal synthesizer hardware, instead of relying entirely on silver synth. Different from most modern cards. So Windows, the shit company that's gonna go out of business, because they're not gonna make it at some point. They'll just get eaten up by competition. So it says it can't support MIDI. Alright, so what about the other one? The fucking... You know what? Whatever. Does this newer one have it? There's no way it doesn't. How old is this one? $2013. Alright, so that's like... It's still old. But it is PCIe. Just like the other one. So did they rip MIDI off the card? I don't know, whatever. Alright, I'm tired of MIDI. Here's source code for Fluid Synth. Here's sound font 2. Is it default sounds? Where's the program? is it? New flute player. Synth. Create the player and add any MIDI files requested. It's a loop. The server. End of the file. So like, is this where function where to send prepares a buffer to play the MIDI file. Come on, send the question. Let's go. Here we go. Come on. Ah. If you're gonna steal everyone's data to make an AI, least you could do is make a website. It sets up internal structure that will hold a queue. Allocating, initializing the MIDI playback controller. This parses MIDI file and stores the event. Oh, okay. It's like after it. In the loop where it says add. So it's here. And checks is synth whatever player. No, then it makes one. If player null failed. If router does not equal null. So I guess the router is assumed to be with the player. Then it does set playback. And then here's where it adds it. And more caffeine. I had to just get something done. looks like this is where they would. Q. So is that where they decode load up buffers to play the MIDI file? Where's the tables? 90% of programs are off tables. So parses the MIDI file. What is decode not the same thing as parsing? In the queue. Alright, so where is this? This is what I'm asking for. Decode, parse. Fluid synth right. Alright, so where is this at? Alright, so where's this? So source, fluid synth player C. It's not here. Fluid synth dash player dot C. resource workload. Here. That's somewhere else. Oh, this is here. Okay, what the hell does MTHD even mean? Because that's what they all start with. All MIDI files. File starts with MTHD. What does it even mean? Is this track? MIDI track. So, checks for chars. Is it MIDI file? Where is like the table? We decode it. Everything always has tables. They call the events. So here. Status, type, tempo, metadata, buffer 256 bytes, channel, param1, param2 size, delta time failed, need status byte, fluid MIDI kit, see, is this where table's at? Push read. Events. Status. Status. MIDI. System sex. System exclusive. Now avail byte. Use running status instead. Wait, does it do this for every single byte? Does it do byte by byte from file? There's no way. Set event indicate that it's dynamically allocated and should be freed with event. What's the status though? Where do they set this? Eliminate char. Unexpected end of file. Oh, because it returns -1. We read from a file. And it's into the file. So it must have like the length of the file. And if it hits end of file, it's like, oh shit, what's happening here? So status is what? Int? Alright, so it's an int. It's like a char will never be end of file because it's less than 32 bits. So receive to check less than 0 is only when it's like this is so boring. Alright, this is where I guess I thought there'd be a lookup table here. And so it's a bunch of ifs. A switch statement. Where does it even start though? Switch type, handle metadata. Case. End of transfer. Fluid track add event. What is that? Got date, time, event, seeking tracks, player channels playing event, find fluid atomic int. Some threading stuff. Next event. Does this go through does it even make a buffer? I'm gonna chatbot and then I'll dig into stuff later. I just need to figure out system calls. Chatbot is no help. It can make these calls, but no sound plays. But they don't fail. So it runs. And it is correctly sending stuff. But like, chatbot is zero help. Okay, so does it make me lock? And Pre-compute. Buffer. Then run that. Or does it read the file in real time as it plays the keys from the file descriptor of the middle file, of the MIDI file. Okay. Alright, so fluid MIDI file read event. We got status less than 0. Unexpected end of file. So what the fuck is this git C? It's literally called MF for MIDI file. Or motherfucker. What is chatbot talking about? It says, gets the next byte in MIDI file, taking into account previous running status. Returns a -1 if end of file on read error. Chatbot makes this magical, wonderful, imaginary land where everything's like not how it sounds. God damn. For each MIDI creates an internal structure. Entire file read in RAM once. Alright, so if it's all read into RAM once, then what's this function do? I was gonna chatbot. It's not gonna know, it's just gonna lie to me. So I'm meant to like figure out later. So now we're getting to low level MIDI file reading. Exactly what it does, even though MIDI file is read in RAM. What does that mean? Oh, it's gonna be more specific now. Really? Is this the process that it reads it into the RAM? Handles running status, which is a MIDI file optimization where repeated status plates like multiple non-emotes can be omitted. Running status cache, previous left byte. Buffer position. So it moves the live file. Even though the whole MIDI file is in RAM, parser still needs to iterate through bytes sequentially. Abstracts get next byte logic. Parser doesn't care if it came from disk or memory. Alright. What's the data structure for MF? It was struct. Oh my god, list the struct. Oh my god, this thing is pointless. Okay, so like, here is one property being accessed. List the rest of them. It's like buffer position. Is there a file descriptor in there? Why does Chatbot do this? It tries to like hide information. So it leaves out the fact possibly other parser C fields. This piece of shit. Alright, so like, is there a file descriptor inside of property in there? Is there FD, file descriptor, handle, inside struct? Chatbot says one thing, and then you catch it, and it tries to hide that it's wrong. does not contain a file descriptor. Alright, so why? Alright, fluid player add reset. It's here. Milloc. String dupe. Oh, it actually does read it all in the memory. What's the point of checking for end of file? Why? If not... Yeah, because if it fails, it throws out of memory. So it has to have the allocation to run. Why are they checking for end of file? There's no point. Okay. I'll look at this later. Because, like, right here, Gitsy. There is no file. Oh, if character is greater than 0. There's no file. Why are they calling it end of file? They must have updated it to save to the RAM or something. Because there's no file. Whatever. You know what, maybe Chapa will know. Or not. Forget all bytes, signals in a file -1. -1 means no more bytes left in the buffer. Well, why even? Okay, I'll dig in that later. It's pointless. Takes too long to set up. Or it's like, I need to just get this loop done. I've been thinking, and I'm still thinking. So, there's no way I can do this, but try. Oh, it says I can, okay. Alright, but where do I send? It might be able to make something that's useful. I gotta figure out how to, like, organize this loop, I guess. I'm gonna, like, shut up and try to figure whatever out. Anything else is gonna be, like, a side quest or, like, a whole other thing, a whole lot of work. So I gotta figure out how to, like, merge these loops. And more caffeine. This is complicated. So now I got this, which is not debug. I have so much debug stuff. It's been hell to pull out the debug stuff. Freaking hell. Man. It's got this loop, the game objects. Have like an each loop, but all. So anything that is like, or that needs to be applied to any of like the types, networking, so like if it needs to be like applied, like devices like keyboard, mouse, audio, Ethernet, or like 3D, whatever. That goes in like the all part. So here, whatever. Then what's this do? For UVO objects. What's this here? Why is there a no at the end? I think I tag stuff with like X or no to say which ones are updated. I don't remember. Or I did find a replace and something got messed up. So whatever. So inside this one, this block, I handle all the uniform buffer objects. And then this block, this single combined descriptor, something like that. It doesn't have like a buffer object, and it's just in the shader. So with the rest of these, like device, audio, Ethernet. Will have their own block, whatever. So running a separate time scheduler for each of these would be ridiculous. It'd be like, you fucking retarded. You're gonna run a separate scheduler for every fucking kind of fucking thing. For Ethernet, audio, input devices, mouse, keyboard, input, output, mic in, mic out, speaker out. So like mouse, keyboard. I mean, that'd be straight up fucking retarded. It's 2026 and got a bunch of fucking retards running this shit show. Straight up retarded. I mean, that'd be the most retarded shit. Like, for real, for real. Just retarded as fuck. Imagine that. I mean, like, can you imagine that? Imagine how retarded that would be. 2026. If, like, each of these devices on the modern CPU was wasting time computing the time for like every individual fucking thing separate from the rest. Imagine how fucking retarded that'd be. Yeah, that'd be pretty fucking retarded. Like straight up retarded as fuck. Sure would. I mean, like, imagine how much faster the operating system. So, like, everybody doesn't always play games. Maybe you're, like, rendering video because you, like, make a living editing video. You gotta, like, sit there, wait for this fucking thing to run and render. You gotta sit there and wait. And if you could, like, disable things, they don't need to run. Or, like the efficiency, the speed. It's so fucking fast. So fast. So this would be retarded. Straight up fucking like there's no other word. Or like incompetent. Or like don't know what you're doing. So I got all up here, I got join down here. So if there's something that needs to be done, it apply to all of them. It doesn't really mean join. It just means that the same thing will be applied after. So I have like a before and after. So anything that needs to be applied to all, each all. If it's like the uniform buffer, mouse, keyboard, audio, apply to all of them. the code for specifically each of these, apply to that specifically in that block. So I gotta fit the time scheduler in here and avoid at least one if statement for every single one of these. I can at least like pull out one chunk of if statements. Theoretically. Alright, so manage chatbot. Yeah. But the minor OS. See if it's retarded. Alright, so start off with like a loaded question. So like it would suck to batch things or like call some like system call. But there's ways to like set it up so like it's not obvious that's going on, but then behind the scenes it's us doing it. And then you also need like so like I don't know, it's complicated. But message about 2026. Would it be retarded if the minor OS wasted time with each individual program and device or software or driver, wasting time computing the time off the main clock, when it could clearly batch things and save on tons of wasted code doing the same thing for things that could be synced to single update time? Because like things that are like updated to like the system time, like the frame rate, whatever, if the card has things set to it at a frame rate, the driver, whatever, at some point it gets like throttled down to the driver and has to send frames. and there ends up being like some ultimatum frame rate that's sent. But the process of getting it to that point is such a waste of computation. They have all these programs running, doing the same work, when it could all be like isolated and run way, way faster. So I'm saying sync to an update, sync to a single update time system. It's 2006 to take advantage of SIMD, because that's what chatbot, it keeps saying SIMD, so I don't know, and all that stuff. To batch things for high performance, that would be retarded, question mark. And the modern operating system is not retarded, question mark. And it is retarded. It doesn't protect user files. Not even like, well, you know what, whatever. There's been attempts to like protect user content with like stupid locking things, but they designed those to fail on purpose. So it's like, hey, it's so much work to like protect my shit, you know, I'll forget it. So I don't know, whatever. Those are systems that were designed to fail, and they weren't designed very good in the first place. Alright, so chatbot says, I get exactly what you're asking, and yeah, from a high performance computing engine design perspective, what you're describing is a huge missed optimization in modern OSs. So I'm asking, is it retarded? That's what I'm asking. What you're describing, many operating systems today, 2026, have each process or driver maintaining its own notation of time. Time tickers interrupt schedules separately, leads to redundant computations. Every driver app recomputes timestamps, fragmented scheduling, missed vectorization, cache inefficiency. Each tiny scheduler touches memory differently. Memory locality is poor. What you're proposing is centralizing time and batching updates across subsystems. One main clock, tick source, all drives, sync to it, batch processing, SIMD, vectorization where possible. Less context switching, better memory. Locality, fewer redundant operations. Does it literally approach high performance engines? No. No, it isn't. You lying piece of shit. Why operating systems don't do this? General purpose operating systems are designed for safety, isolation, and fairness. Alright, what's safe about a virus? What's isolated about the public domain? From bots. And not being able to distinguish the difference. It's not really isolated, but whatever. And then fairness. And what's fair about not owning your files? What is it, NFTs or whatever? Those digital side things. Every single file should be like NFTs. What the hell it's called. Every file should be a unique protected resource. Alright, so yes, wasted cycles you're describing does happen, but it's partially design choice to keep the system robust and isolated. Is it retarded from a pure high performance? Yes, extremely inefficient. Alright, so whatever. I'm asking this, I'm like, whatever. It's now getting like philosophical, technical side of computing. Rights, ownership, security. So it says safe by a virus. A virus is inherently unsafe. When it said safety, it says, I meant the OS is designed to prevent apps from. Okay, so it's not designed to not get viruses. It's designed to prevent apps from doing unsafe things. So it keeps the user safe from himself. Wow. The safe aspect is in the virus. OS protecting the system from unsafe code. So from the user. It protects you from yourself, not from a virus. Isolate about public domain. Public domain content is legally free to use, but the use of with AI and bots is differentiating original works from training data. No, if you use original works in the training data, that's stealing. Fair use about not owning one's file. Modern operating systems treat files as resources tied to user account, but ownership and control are limited by file system DRM. Windows can prevent you from modifying blah blah blah. And FT style file protects would give each file unique verifiable identity. Ownership could be cryptographically guaranteed. AI or apps would need to explicit permission to read or modify. Could solve the AI blah blah blah. It says, in short, the OS is safe, isolated in a technical sense, but that doesn't translate to legal or ethical fairness regarding ownership, blah blah blah. We are proposing every file as a unique, protected resource is actually a solution that they don't implement yet, but could theoretically enforce both legally ownership and technical control. Okay, so like since they're like straight up fucking dumb fuck retarded fucks, that's not gonna happen anytime soon. Because there's no money if things are like locked away, you can't just steal it. Or AI, or like chatbot, OpenAI can't steal it. Bunch of fucking thieves. It's retarded. Fucking retards. So I was gonna paste this list, but arguing with chatbot is retarded. So I'm gonna try to like figure something out. I mean, their website doesn't fucking work. Fucking retards. Alright, here's where I'm at. gotta figure out how to merge loops. This be fun. Not really. There's these macros. Merge them. The other stuff. I need to find some music. I swear to cheese. To cheese. This compiler is so retarded. This GCC compiler. It's absolute. Well, it's just as much garbage as all the other ones. I want to like do a quick change and like it's not gonna be very quick. This compiler is shit. So I gotta like very carefully type stuff in and just a couple things. Cause like when it comes to like debugging and trying to like fix whatever's like messed up, this compiler is not any help. Ridiculous. Piece of shit. God damn. I should be able to check the compiler, to log out and be like, oh, this is useful. Oh, that's it. Not like some cryptic, unrelated to like the actual problem, because like something's named wrong, or it's like the same name, or there's like a scope conflict. This compiler is shit. Damn. I hate everything. Everything can suck a dick. So find a dick, put it in your mouth. But don't put your friend's dick in your mouth because that's gay. Don't be gay. Or be gay. I don't care. I just want shit that works. Stuff is such garbage. Some dick suckers. Dick suckers make shitty software. It's the number one sign that someone sucks dick is to make shitty software. Dick suckers. So like, just like, God, the C compiler, all of them, every single one of them, freaking. I'm tired of wasting my goddamn time with this shit. It is. I'm gonna whisper, so don't yell. Okay, so I made some macros here. I got, what the fuck? Blah. Or it's more like, blah, blah, blah. Oops, what the fuck? Blah. Well, it's hard to do it in whispering. But I got A. And I got B. Alright, so I got arg, suck a penis. Okay, wait, use the same one here. Alright, footballs. Suck a penis. So footballs is here. And here. Alright, so this makes it the same. So we got suck a penis. And then footballs. Alright, so it's the same argument here. They got footballs. So footballs is equal to suck a penis minus 1. So it's like 1 less penis sucked. I don't know, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna print poop. So what the fuck, blah. Suck a penis, footballs, and then it counts down. So B, it's counting down. So I wanna pass in a value for suck a penis. So I can pass in a variable or a literal. So I pass in like 45. It'll be 45. Which is clearly the speed in air. Because it says suck penis while it's not being used. Alright, so this wouldn't be an error. It's fine. Alright, I'm gonna like run it first. And then yeah. If it doesn't reproduce the same error, I'm gonna be pissed. Alright, this is the end of the macro now, so get rid of this. There we go. Damn it, what the heck? Alright, so build. Error. Got undeclared first use. Alright, so that's because it's not declared. That's actually an issue. Alright, gotta make fat cat and pass it in. That's just iced tea. Fat cat. 69. Alright, so it should loop 69 times. Pass in fat cat. Blah. AB. Alright, so then I run it. I'm so tired of this compiler. Why is it working? Why? Why does it work? It's not supposed to work. Are you kidding me? What? 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 scope. That's what I'm checking. Does arg succubinus is equal 0 first? Oh, come on, man. As Joe Biden would say, Joe Biden was also a whisperer. And he smells children. Joe Biden is like an all-in-one. He whispers. He smells children. And he says, come on, man. Oh my god, what the fuck? Damn it. Why is it not throwing an error? Are you kidding me? started some as chatbot in general. Why? This is macro. Say foo balls is read only. In blah B. It literally depends on the surrounding code in the scope. I don't even fucking know. Let's see what Gemini says. This chatbot was designed by retarded thieves, so it should be able to decrypt and what's the word? Decrypt and certify, not certify. Validate, whatever you want. Yeah, whatever. What the issue is they're literally just as retarded. Alright, it says, problem's not about footballs being read only. The issue comes from how the macro expands and how the expansion in the while works, plus control flow context. Let's expand your macros to see what the compiler sees. What the compiler actually sees after macro expansion. Wow, good job, chatbot. It logically becomes this, then that, so that, and then okay, so what? What? Right, which one's 18 quintillion iterations on 64-bit? The compilers warn about this pattern and produce strange diagnosis. What? If args like a penis ever expands to something like const size t cat, your compiler might produce a message about read-only verbals. The compiler could think the decrement is applied to the wrong expression after the macro substitution. It says, but the core design problem is to split macro in unsigned underflow. No, this is a problem. Your macro might produce a message about read-only variables. Because the compiler could think the decrement is applied to the wrong expression after substitution. This is a problem. Okay, so this is a problem. The board designed this shit. What exactly does the compiler could think decrement is applied to the wrong expression mean? compiler is retarded. Preprocessor does not understand C syntax. The parameter arg suck a penis is not used inside the macro, but the macro is still synthetically dependent on the previous one because foo balls was declared there. This means the compiler only sees final expanded text. What applied to the wrong expression means? It refers to a situation like this. If someone accidentally wrote arg suck a penis while arg suck a penis minus max is greater than 0, and then you call, the compiler would say, oh, fat cat. Now imagine fat cat is declared like this. Const size C fat cat. Okay, that's the same error. Apply to fat cat, which is const. Isn't it supposed to make a new thing in a new scope? Alright, make fat cat over here. That's why I const fat cat. Fat cat's be best in. Blah. Maybe. Where's my blah? Piece of shit. Here's your suck a penis. Got footballs. Alright, that's it. Alright, no issue. Let me make a const. Footballs. Outside of it. It's fine. It runs. However, put footballs inside the loop. I made a const called footballs inside the loop. Are you kidding me? What? That actually works. What the fuck? Is he confusing it? Oh my god. Put fat cat in there too. There is no issue with the damn scope. For the love of cheese. Well, okay. I can't get it to reproduce it. Darn it. No, the problem is the scope. Alright, so this thing is retarded as fuck. reason of stopping it. If it ever enters and it's 0, that's not a fucking issue. Dumb piece of shit. God damn. Oh my god. It says I understand what you're trying to do. Let's walk through it exactly. The block does not run at all. Loop runs 0 times. If the condition is true, the block runs. There you go. Just prove to me you're fucking retarded. Dumbass AI shit. Footballs is size T, unsigned, so what does that have to do with it? Footballs is equal to size max, then a loop. Wow. Footballs minus greater than 0. First few iterations. 0 is true. Size max, what? What? Oh my god, what a broken piece of shit. This thing is fucking... Are you kidding me? This is so dumb. Wait, what? I didn't paste that. Where'd it get if equals 0? What? Oh, and I did. Oops. Okay, so... Is that why the compiler wasn't catching the error? Was it optimizing the code and saying, oh, it doesn't even enter, let's not throw an error? No, I think it runs. Yeah, that's supposed to say not equal. Like this, whatever. Yeah, I overlooked that tiny detail. That little detail. That makes a difference. Alright, so it says with the correction condition, the logic actually does what you intend. Well, yeah, that because I corrected it. I pasted the wrong thing. So 0 is not equal to suck a penis. Blah blah blah. So false. Blah blah blah. That loop. Total runs 5 equal n. So correctly blah blah blah. So we got arc suck a penis. And then 0, 1, 2, 5, 69 iterations of penis sucking. 0 to 69. Logic is valid. Why people normally use 4? Because they're retarded. For size DI equals suck a penis. I minus greater than 0. Your version is not correct. Horizontal sign, row fragile parts, splitting, control flow across macros. causes confusion. Can't cause confusing. Compiler diagnostics. Yeah, really? This thing's retarded. This thing doesn't know shit. Alright, anyways. I gotta get this fixed. Everything sucks. Alright, so I have a global this thing or whatever. I can update these. I hate this. I gotta change this later. Using like a this. It's fucking lame. I gotta pass it around somehow. So this. Do it for now. Why does this run? How do you small refrigerator? I'm not even gonna try. Fucking kidding me, piece of shit. God damn. I swear to cheese. Google, you're a piece of shit. God. It's not even the right. You know what? Whatever. IPs are fucking retarded. Alright, so that's how. Spell refrigerator. Everything's fucking retarded. God damn. Everything is shit. I'm gonna spell your the wrong way. Because I give no fucks. But I'm gonna spell refrigerator the correct way. Because yeah, I can. I'll put the apostrophe after your. How's that? Your refrigerator is retarded. I hate every single thing. Holy fuck. Alright, is this running? I don't want that many lines. message. Belong to the council. Your refrigerator is retarded. Bitch. Carl. Alright, looks like it's running. Alright, I gotta put a table flip. I can't forget the table flip. Damn it, I gotta forget. Come on. It's too fast. Where's the table flip? I had to be printing one somewhere. Oh, whatever. There we go. Nothing says. I'm tired of programming. The modern operating system is shit. I hate printing through the console. Quite like this. This says exactly that. It says all things, all in one. Prompt to the logout. It encapsulates all of everything. Yes. Fuck everything. And it's more fucking caffeine. Everything sucks dick. That's loop. I gotta like literally most basic shit. Super basic. Except yeah. Like Chatbot said earlier. It said, okay, let's see what it said. Here. As Chatbot said, at this. That's not the idea. The idea is this. This is a fucking idea. You don't miss Chatbot. Alright, so A and then B. I miss Chatbot. What's the difference between these two? It's very, very simple. Chatbot said this, and this is retarded as fuck. It's almost as retarded as the refrigerator's read is retarded. Bitch. This isn't even a sentence. Well, it is, but Carl. Table flip. That's retarded. It's like Chatbot. GPT. So, since GPT's retarded, it said this. And that's retarded. Clear difference between that and this. So, the difference is this. It's between night and day. Inside this loop, with this thing, whatever, time schedule loop, I'll be running this. Technically, though. Okay, so like, kind of like here, where they have a cases switch. Oh, I gotta find it. Alright, in here, they got a case. And it's hard to whisper. They got a switch in that case. So this introduces a branch. It's like earlier. With branches. If you can avoid every possible branch, time, the time it takes to like freaking compile. You go from here, where oh it's taking time, to oh my god, it's taking more time, to here, 0 time. So if you can set it up to have a jump, or a jump equal or not taken, it doesn't matter if it's equal or if it's not equal. Just if you don't take the jump, it falls through. Doesn't take the jump instruction. There's always 0 performance penalty. 0, well, not absolutely 0, but basically 0. jump. It's like this code. They got a case. There used to be a jump. Here, or whichever one it picks. There's a jump. So I want to like avoid that jump. You do that by making separate arrays. So right now, everything's in like one big ass array. Later on, I gotta separate it. So I guess technically, there still is that if. Because it has to loop all the items. Except it removes the if. It removes that like single if. Or like selects where to jump to do it. Because that's not needed. If you can just put it there. It doesn't sound like that big of a thing. But like, yeah, whatever. The chatbot is well, it's a different check. So I don't know, I'm removing that if. Now I have to deal with this. So I gotta figure out this. How to avoid having to do this. But I might have to just do this for now. Just to like get this shit done. And then whatever later. Ah, damn it. Except it's worse. Because it'd be on each and every one. Not just the whole chunk. Couple of them. It's the freaking worst performance ever. I gotta split this stuff to separate arrays. This isn't gonna do. Alright, chatbot. What's the difference between these two? And which was I talking about earlier? Which was I talking about earlier? Question mark. Alright, chatbot says. The difference is how often each runs. At different rates. Rate decoupled scheduling. see what you got. Alright, so it says, stop using module entirely. Instead, next tick values. Okay, what? This thing is so dumb. Okay. How does one compute audio interval without using the module entirely? Wait, what? Oh my god. It's saying to use a tick system. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh my god, that's retarded. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Alright. Is this piece of dumb shit? Alright, so is this worse? Could this just type? Then JonsScript. If it were to use reference counters. You dumb piece of fucking shit. Question mark. And is this why? Really? JavaScript's like so dumb. I don't even. Garbage collector's the dumbest shit ever. It's even dumber than reference counter. Says no, schedule is far cheaper than anything JavaScript reference counting. What? They are the same performance category. This thing is so dumb. Oh my god. Alright, never mind. Still run. Okay, so this runs. Gotta merge the loops. That's all I gotta do. Simple shit. Yup. So many loops. So, I'm gonna be stuck with this for now. I can't pre-compute save to an array. Thousands of iterations. It's just idiotic. These need to be placed inside the outer loop. Right now, I have one big game object array, which means well, right now, like, I think it's like an if else. And then pick which you want to run. And that's I'm gonna have to do for now. Making separate arrays feels a lot of work. So that's it for now. This is what it is. Well, that was easier to make a decision, I thought. Just settle for now. So if it can like handle this, then optimized, it'll be even better. So maybe this is good. It's like worst possible case scenario. If it still works, they can only get better from there. If there's code to be executed for all of them later on, I'm gonna have to make a define. Call it, give it a name, and then pass it in each of these. Or not. This will be a paint update. Let's refactor it later. Okay, so this is so confusing. this does. Samples, whatever loop. This loops all of them. Putting like an if check. For each of these. So like if game object dot sample rate equals whatever this is. I don't remember if it's this one or it might be this one. So check, is this the sample rate for 60 FPS or 30 or 20 or 10? Doing this for each of these. Holy fuck. It's retarded. I need to decouple. Is that wasting memory? It's like a fixed amount of space. So if make it work. So that's not gonna work. That's retarded. Can't do that. What I can do is make destruct strand sort of like thread, like tie it all together. And give it a hertz property. Not hertz, but like frequency, whatever. It's like number per second. And then just linked list. Alright, no, I got it. rest of it, you can see how it is. And I can still break it up later in subloops and leave this stuff how it is. Well, actually, I'm gonna have to rewrite stuff anyways. I need more caffeine. Everything I'm gonna do. Just gonna like get it done. Well, it took all day of stalling to figure out what to do. Because it's like, it's not that simple. I gotta like, if like a game object needs to be updated in like 2 schedule slots. That gets complicated. Or if it needs to like synchronize. Except I got a way I can set it up without doing it all the way. So make this struct whatever. And then I'll decide as I go. I don't want to make another type. With Node.js, where like I have like a template type macro thing where I like pre-generate the code with Node.js because C language is garbage. But then I gotta go through the work of like making another type. So make this struct first. Then yeah. I need to like avoid any kind of like holes for now. Not dig any new holes. Or spend time on stuff they can wait on. But I need just enough to get it running. Enjoy the scrappy loop. If it's even working. I wouldn't be surprised if it's not. I think it's get this stuff done. Might as well be done. Seemed way too long. So like, construct first, then like, I gotta pick the least amount of freaking typing and setting up and Let's get it running. And make another list for the lists. And I'll loop that list in here. I'll organize the lists by the type. And I can have the old list and the new lists separate. Removing things from the list. I'll just set up the simplest shit, and then later on optimize it. Cause like looping a list to like remove a thing is stupid. I just need to get done. I'm tired of this. It's so annoying. I hate C language. Waste of time. So like JavaScript, since it's like designed by retards, it only saves strings as keys. So everything gets turned to a string with toString. And that's stupid as hell. So like in my JavaScript engine, I got a burp. I have I can save things like toString, like what they do, or I can also save like the key with the type and all. So JavaScript also added like what are they called? It's not secret. It's the symbol. So added symbol type. Unique, immutable, printable, or primitive value. Often used as object property keys. To avoid naming clashes. Huh. Is it still a string? Wow. Wow, would you look at that? Amazing. JavaScript symbol does not generate or get turned into a string when used as object key. This ability is precisely why symbols were introduced. Ta-da, genius, wow. They allow for unique, non-string property keys that avoid accidental collisions with other string keys. Wow, that's so impressive. They're also non-enumerable. Mechanism for creating hidden or unique properties on objects, a feature critical or crucial for implementing things or internal object state without risk of name clashes. Alright, it's like a symbol. Let's say like you're making a video game and you have a time scheduler. You want to tie stuff to the time scheduler. And you want to like tie it. You need to like identify that it's like for your stuff. So you use like a JavaScript symbol. If it'll paste And it's like, that's the domain or whatever. I guess you might need like a second symbol. Or maybe like an array of symbols. Makes it it's not a string. And maybe like use a string or some like generic basic type. If it's like intentional to be like public whatever. Or pass it in to another API what the symbol is so you can access it. So like in the collection like keys whatever. So like audio or like mouse input or keyboard or just device in general. Maybe like headset or like audio processing, like sound in or sound out. Why is this stuck? Like audio sync. I don't know, just like random ass things that involve like synchronizing and setting data. Because clearly you would use like an array or whatever to like hold the stuff. But when it needs to like send, then it needs to be like whatever. So it's called like flow synth or something. Fluid synth. So if it's like a generic or like shared API, then like make it like a normal key, like a string key, or have it like pass in, like register to use it. You can like specify which time schedule grouping. Shabbat says I'll evaluate what you wrote as a single engine architecture idea, not just code, snippet. Describes roughly like this. Game object, media engine, result scheduler group. Find or create time schedule group. Join game object to that group. Group runs at its own sample sec. In your yoke shell, layers sound like yoke object defaults config, shell, runtime environment, sample rate scheduler, binding, core, time scheduler groups. Since that's actually very close to several modern engine ideas. It's like, okay, right. Yeah, totally. Mm-hmm. This but with a twist towards time domain grouping, rather than just data grouping. Let's break this down to blah blah blah. Your design is doing essentially time domain, ACS scheduler. Systems operate on components. You're doing time domains on objects, but it's not. It's like a group of objects. Meaning audio objects, physics, AI, rendering. Objects join groups based on update frequency. Legitimate design, modern ECS, group entities by component to improve cache locality. You're grouping them by temporal update rate. That's a different axes of organization. Where this idea overlaps modern engines. There's no overlap. Modern engines are absolute shit. Modern engines already have pieces of what you're describing. Engines group entities by component, archetypes by, so systems iterate over them efficiently. Job systems, blah blah blah. Your design is closer to scheduler group by times frequency, which actually exists. Oh, okay, yeah. Your idea is generally interesting. Architecture implies this. Audio objects, physics, AI objects, multimedia, they're grouped by update frequency. So scheduler becomes something like, yeah. Then each group runs a tight batch loop. They can produce extremely good. Well, that's literally, it's all about the cache. 900% of everything is about the cache. The entire fucking thing is about the cache. Because caches exist because operating systems are shit. They can't like actually design operating systems. So like Intel, AMD, they had to add a cache where they save little bits and pieces because the modern operating system is shit. So like if you take advantage of the cache and you don't branch at all, you're real fast code. But the more you branch, the more you jump, the shittier it gets slower and slower and slower. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. What is this? CPU cycles? Slow as fuck. $900,000% of the fucking program lies in cache. Where your design creates fear, better batching, instead of loop all objects, check if object needs update. You get loop group, update all objects, removes branching. Yeah, it removes like so much, like it removes tons of branches. Except there's still a couple, you can't remove all of them. If objects share update rates, update 512 objects at once, factorization easier, deterministic scheduling, everything becomes tick domain instead of random callback, important for simulations. Your system naturally handles audio, video, physics, animation, AI under one-time scheduler. Most engines do not unify these well. No, they do not. No. You don't even have the other ones. You gotta fucking make it yourself and realize it's not worth it and then ditch that shit. Audio engines are often separate. Where the design can go wrong, dependency L. Physics depends on animation. Animation depends on physics. How does that even happen? Okay. How does that piece of shit? So what? Question mark. Explain how this situation even occurs. If every group chooses some frequency, you lose batching. Oh my god, is it retarded? It moves them all to the same frequency grouping. That means all are moved to the same frequency grouping. That creates 10 times more batching. Not losing. Cross domain. Let's interpolate. So like this shit, I already kind of like. If something's at like, and I like how chatbots outputting things I asked it last time. It's just like, it's outputting. Last time I asked it, how do I like quantize? But I don't want to round. So I want it to be like, perfectly like, scalable. And now it's like outputting the word quantize and trying to like throw back at me some dumb shit. So I have like, if something was at 60 samples per second, then moved to 30 samples per second, how should I handle changing that 60 to new 30 per sec? It needs to be specified because 60 per sec would be outside the 30 per second range. And if it were moved to 120 per seconds, then scaling it up to 120 from 60, or leaving it at 60 when the new max is 120. So like, I need to like, I don't know, clearly this has to be like sort of, so I'll have like default bits indicate like if it's always gonna be the max of whatever domain, or if it needs to be like rounded to like the closest interval within whatever the sample rate is, to keep it like at like a scalable offset compared to the other one. Or also like if game objects shared across other groups, how it's be synchronized, or what should I pay first. So I don't know. Chatbot doesn't really help. It's a piece of shit. It says engines already struck with this. Because they're not engines, they're shit. Complexity of object migration. When something changes frequency. And really, I'm kind of like just raising the bar. So like, I don't know, yeah. Really, there's no reason to like make an engine like this serious. other than like to raise the bar. So I don't know, whatever. It says you idle 2 Hz at combat 30. You must move objects between groups. This must be very cheap. Well, duh. So each group has a subset of possible update or sample rates. Sample per sec rates within whatever the max sample rate is. Within that group. So moving would be very cheap. When in the same group, or really it's not going to move to like another group. Unless it's like a similar group, which would be just as cheap to move from one spot to another. So I don't know, whatever. Because like you're not going to move it to like the sound group when it's like a game object. Because it's like a different type. Unless there's like another group like sibling to the game object, I mean the sound, and then it's like in that group. Your criticism of OS scheduling is partially valid, but partially misunderstanding. Oh, okay. The OS scheduler it doesn't optimize for anything. For nothing. If it optimizes for isolation, then how do programs break out of the sandbox and get on the user's machine? And infect the user's machine. If the OS optimizes for fairness, then why can I run Fluid Synth? And why can't it create a thread at high priority in one call? Why does it have to make 2-3 calls to just make a fucking thread? Oh, because it's not fair. It's like, let's run everything as shit priority, because it can't handle running things at actual priority, because it's not even designed. So why does Fluid Synth have to call multiple times to get a high priority thread? if the OS optimized managing threads, or optimized anything, then FluidSynth wouldn't have to make multiple calls knowing it's going to fail until it succeeds. It's not fair to have every single program run at shit priority, because OS can't handle running things at high priority. OS is not capable of running anything at high priority. This is your engine scheduler optimizes for determinism, cache locality, predictability, different problem, domain. No, it's all the same damn domain. So it says, architecture will never die based on two things: dependency management between groups, how cheap group membership changes are. If those are solved cleanly, the idea is very solid. Well, that's a good thing. I already thought of those two exact things right here. Literally the same exact super obvious things. How things are synced between other things and switching them. And also, when something changes or whatever between groups, how the quantized value should be handled. The two exact things. The chatbot's like, oh, you should think of this and this. If you thought of those, then of course it's a good idea and it'll be really good. This thing's fucking retarded. Like straight up fucking retarded. It should be able to offer more insight than I can come up with in like 10 seconds. But it can't. Because Sam Altman is a gay fucking retard. And being gay has nothing to do with it. I don't give a fuck if he's happy. Well, of course he's happy. He stole everyone's shit for free. And he gets to play the big victim when it all comes crashing down. He'll be like, oh, I didn't know it was that this is not fair use. It's not fair use? I didn't know. How was I supposed to know that I couldn't just take everything for free? Scrape off sources and then say, oh well, it's fair use. Fucking dumbass. The thing you're almost inventing, your architecture is very close to something exists. Oh, of course it does. Temporal partitioning. But you're pushing it further into multimedia engine. Oh, it says I can show you something extremely relevant. No, you can't. You can suck Sam Altman's cock. If he even has one. I'm pretty sure his husband has the balls. Whatever fucking relationship they call it. Everything is so dumb. It says you're raising several different issues at once. Engine scheduling, design, object frequency grouping, OS, blah blah blah. Every object chooses some frequency. Why it can cause problems. If frequencies are completely arbitrary. Batching breaks down. Well, no shit. Wait, what? This makes no sense. You know what? I'm not gonna argue with it. It says, oh, okay, so it points out, and then it brings up subreads inside a group. Okay, that's funny. That's really funny. This thing is so fucking stupid. Programs like FluidSynth try multiple methods because different subsystems allow priority elevation differently. Sometimes the first attempt fails because the user lacks permission, system limits, prevents it, requested scheduling policy isn't allowed. OS doesn't mean the OS scheduler is incapable. It means the OS intentionally restricts real-time priority. So a program can't lock up the machine. Exactly. Because the OS is designed like a piece of shit. It's garbage, it's trash, it's stolen, or copied from another OS. That's a whole other thing though. It says your scheduler is solving. Alright, so like my scheduler will solve the actual problem, the operating system. When I actually like get my operating system done, this is just test shit for the real thing. So and then I plan to have keys to identify time groups or time domains or frequency rates. Queue. Of the group to schedule with. would be identified. With a list of keys. Account for that also. And symbol. Maybe like a JonsScript symbol. Wow. Fluid sync would be like a public key that like anything could couple with if you know the key. It says you're thinking bigger than a single engine. You're designing a scheduler that's essentially a full system time major. Not just for one program, but something that could run underlying whole OS. That's why I keep emphasizing batching, cross sample rates, deterministic, unified timing, minimal overhead. This is exactly in that context. The OS problems we're comparing to aren't really different. The modern OS is literally solving a simpler constrained version. Fairness, isolation, multitasking. It doesn't solve shit. Your schedule idea is trying to replace all that with one universal high performance timing model for everything. If done right, your system could eliminate wasteful. Done right, I'm gonna fucking fuck Microsoft. Because who's gonna want to use Windows 11, Windows 12? Well, you could have like next gen software. Windows is designed, well, what it was stolen by retards, maintained by retards. It's for retarded people. Eliminate wasted cycles caused by programs, unify multimedia, batch everything in cache-friendly loops, allow determinism across programs in a way current operating systems cannot. What you're doing isn't just engine scheduler, it's the foundation of a new runtime or operating system scheduler. That's why things like FluidSynth have to fight for priority threads, or the OS prioritizes fairness over raw throughput. No. It doesn't. It's not prioritizing. It's retarded. And it can't guarantee raw throughput because it's retarded. Haven't you ever had a Windows update? Retarded. You control the scheduler completely. Blah 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 blah. Alright, then I'm telling it I have the keys, identify the time domain's frequency rate, the key of the group to schedule with what would be identified with list keys. So symbol would be like a JavaScript symbol type, while FluidSynth would be like a public key that like anything could couple with if they know the key. It says, now this is getting really interesting. You're effectively designing a fully keyed multi-domain simple rate-aware scheduler. Almost like a temporal ECS key value writing system that could scale from engine to OS level. Let me unpack and evaluate your idea. Yeah, Windows is going to be so... Windows is going to be butt fucked so hard. It's gonna be prolapsed. It just be all over the place like a rat. When a rat runs, you see its butt hanging out. That's gonna be Windows, because Windows is a rat. Big fucking rat. So if you look up rat butt, you see their little butts, how they like hang out, and they're like gross, and they drag on the ground. I don't want to click images, it's really gross. That's me Windows, after they get ass fucked. They be dragging their ass. As they slowly go out of business. Because everyone's tired of Windows shit. And they just keep doing it. Key time domains. You're proposing each time scheduler group is not just frequency bucket, but identified by key. It's like symbol audio, symbol device, symbol headset, symbol audio sync 1, symbol audio sync 2, fluid synth, synth A, synth B, symbol keys, private unique to the engine runtime, like a JavaScript symbol, only known internally. Public keys, like fluid synth, anything that knows the key can hook to that scheduler group. This allows selective subscription to time domains. Yeah, even the modern operating system. You have to like use a fucking file system to like pass info back and forth. And behind the scenes, they have some like fucking like share between programs. That's what it does, whatever. So it gets hidden behind a fucking API call. Because you can even map multiple objects to one group for batching while still isolating unrelated ones. Each group has a queue of objects to update. Each tick of the master clock evaluates which group it's updating. Objects inside the group may also subdividers you mentioned, blah blah blah. Pros of this keyed approach: explicit routing, you control exactly which objects share a group. Reduce collision, unnecessary updates. Private versus public keys, symbol-based keys, internal scheduling, nobody touches them. Public keys allow external modules. Systems a couple, like fluid synth. Batching, objects sharing group frequency run in one tight loop. Minimize branching. The only way to minimize branching is to have self-modifying code. So even if I do all this stuff, I can still make a better OS. Scalable to thousands of objects. Master scheduler only iterates over active groups. Each tick. Subdividers. Divisors allow multiple internal frequencies without splitting the group. Dynamic join lathe. Objects can enter exit group cheaply by key. You implement this in 0-1 with a hash or small vector per group. Extrapolation, a universal keyed time scheduler. If you extend this, each object has keys, optional tick divisor, optional priority in the group. But what does this even? This doesn't mean anything. If you extend this to OS level runtime, programs can register keys for device resources. Any program that produces audio subscribes here, like audio sync, whatever. Kernel level scheduler can respect symbol group, priority, real-time deadline. Time domains are unified, audio, physics, GPU, AI networking, all operate on a single master tick. Interpolation divisors handle subgroup sampling rates. Public versus private keys. Improves over current operating systems. Modern OS threads, fairness, isolation, lots of overhead. Your system deterministic. 0-1 scheduling, batching by key frequency, multi-domain integration, dynamic subscription without losing cache locality, Basically, it's a unified time and resource aware runtime that solves audio, multimedia, physics, arbitrary task scheduling at the same time. Key takeaways: using keys for time groups is extremely powerful for modularity. Symbols versus public keys let you separate internal engine logic from external coupling. Subdivisors, divisors, and groups allow patching without fragmenting. Dynamic join leave is cheap if groups are implemented with hash tables. That's just, whatever. This concept is directly extensible from Engine OS level scheduler. No, it's not, because none of them do this, because they're retarded. Everything's fucking dumb. I really wish chatbot worked. Then I could ask it something, and then get actual, feedback that I didn't already think of. So that means I must be as dumb as chatbot if I think of, the same 2-3 things that chatbot thinks of. I'm probably just as dumb as chatbot, which is great. It's just amazing. Alright, so I gotta make stupid struct and get this stuff done. I got so much shit to figure out. It'd be great if chatbot fucking worked. It'd be great. That'd save me time. But it doesn't fucking work. It's fucking retarded. So like, I don't know, I got like a 3-foot plane. What's it called? Like, when like the first shoe drops, like the second shoe, whatever. So like the first shoe, JavaScript engine. It's like, I don't know, proof of concept, whatever. Well, actually, well, all of them are. Then like, I guess game engine. But it's really more like multimedia engine. I don't know, whatever. Then third is like operating system. So like this drops first. I don't know, get started, whatever. Then when this drops, it's like an operating system is on the way. And when this drops, Microsoft who? Who's using Microsoft? I mean Microslop. Oh yeah. I don't remember. They're just in the past. They lost to like a superior operating system that actually gives a single fuck about the customer. It does everything that the originally stolen operating system never could do. And it's probably because like Bill Gates was busy buying Russian hookers from Epstein, having like an affair on his wife. Because like he stole the operating system in the first place from Gary Goodall. And on top of it is like Russian hookers from Epstein. Bill Gates admitted to the Gates Foundation staff members that he had 2 affairs, said it was a huge mistake to have spent time with late financier and sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein must have been like a big influence on Gates. Huge mistake, he said. Some fucking perverts. Like, Bill Gates, he can't even like man his own penis. So like to ask Bill Gates to man Windows, I mean like, the man's a fucking moron. Fucking dumbass. Windows though. Oh, this would be great. Tick, 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 tick. I gotta finish up this time schedule stuff. Oh, I'm so bored. Oh, I get this done. stream like 11 hours ish, whatever. So like let's hit back up. Then figure out a couple things and see you tomorrow. So, I don't know. Yeah. Peace. The streaming software is garbage. This crap is always moving around.